Good afternoon and welcome to Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series. Double session day here at a very autumnal live lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we've got a former weekly winner for you in action this afternoon in what looks to be a very promising and tightly contested Group C. Tom, welcome to the MODUS Series. John Worsley is a former weekly winner here at the Super Series. He'll be looking to make it a brace of Champions Week appearances this time around. Josh Richardson's had a mixed bag of results at the live lounge. It's a family affair with Dad James also here. Can it be like father, like son in finals night? As for Dad James, he finished bottom of Group A, but his performances wasn't befitting of that position at times. Christopher Tunders has shown flashes of brilliance, but it's been a case of hit or miss at times for the German. He definitely hit the ball there. And Bradley Roos narrowly missed out on a Group B berth, so it's an afternoon session for the Hague Data this week. As you can see, Laura Turner is alongside me up here on the balcony. Laura, great to have your company as ever. Really interesting group because we've got a former winner here in John Worsley who's got really, really good form in this competition. Yeah,
as you say, he's the only one that actually knows what it takes to kind of win up there on a week, but he's got some stiff competition, hasn't he, in Group C, and it is a tough group because you've got 6 players, but only 2 go through.
Well, certainly, we've seen players drop down from Group A as well. Let's round up the tournament bracket there as we reach the halfway point of our week, because yesterday we saw Alex Spellman become the first player to make his way through to finals night yesterday, and he was ultra impressive, ultra consistent as well.
Yeah, very good. Obviously equalled that record, 28 points, just dropping the 1 win over 3 days. So, not just ultra impressive in terms of how he played, but just consistency was just, too good for the rest of the field.
And then having a look very quickly at that Group B table, you've got Richie Howson and Neil Duff in there. They're probably the 2 standout performers going in there, and we know what Richie can do on that World Seniors circuit this year.
Yeah, again, tough group, and I was quite impressed with how Jared finished his campaign in Group A yesterday. He just got that win over Neil Duff to make sure that he made it into Group B, but yeah, again, it's going to be tight.
And we're going to be watching that action tonight from 10 o'clock here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel. But our centre of attention and our focus today is on Group C. And as we mentioned, a former weekly winner in John Worsley, a former weekly runner-up in Bradley Roos in amongst the mix. These are the 6 players that are going to be playing in it, and these are the outright bets. Now, perhaps not a surprise that John Worsley goes off the favourite at 6-4, but the father and son combination of Josh and James Richardson very high up in the betting.
Yeah, and I think James Richardson really could count himself very unlucky not to have actually picked up more points in Group A. Played very well, played consistent, actually normally averaged higher, but still managed to, unfortunately, not pick up many wins. So, yeah, it's, I could actually see James doing very well in this group as well.
As for Bradley Roos there at 11-2, has there been enough for you that you've seen from him so far this week to say that he has a case of getting out of this group?
Yeah, I think actually him and probably Christopher Tonders, both of them just got better as the week went on. So if that kind of trajectory it actually continues, then again, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they got through.
Let's have a quick look at the bet builder today, because this is what you've been betting on at home. This is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchanges. I put it into a handy little accumulator for you. Pays just under 9-1 this afternoon. Bradley Roos to be the winner in the game against Josh Richardson. James Richardson to beat Tom Sykes by a margin of 4-2 or better. And in the player 180s market, Christopher Tunders to get over 1 at 11-10. That paying just under 9-1. And I suppose you're going to get big odds in this group because the players, it looks like they're so joined closely together.
Yeah, and interestingly, that middle one with Tom Sykes, obviously Tom is not someone who, we're all that aware about, but I know he's a Yorkshire A county player. It takes some going to make the Yorkshire A team, but also, he seems to been very consistent on ADC. So, I mean, that could be a bit of a banana skin in that bet.
And we're going to see Tom Sykes in our first game of the session. He takes on Christopher Tunders, the enigmatic German player who's been hitting bullseyes for fun. He's been hitting big finishes for fun. He'll be looking for a bit more consistency in Group C. As for Sykes, a debut in this competition. He's playing for the ADC Yorkshire and Humberside belt on Saturday night when he takes on Chris Quantock here at the Live Lounge. But he's looking to become the first player to do the double here at the Live Lounge. An early one this morning, I caught up with Tom. Tom, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
I can't wait. I've been thinking about this for a couple of days now, and I've been really excited to get here. It's been a decent drive last night, so I'm happy to get.
For those who may not have, for those who may not seen so much of you in the past, just describe a little bit about yourself.
Not really much to describe, really. I'm just a normal lad from Yorkshire who's apparently good at darts, so I'm trying to prove that to people, that's all.
Come across as a very humble person. What's your expectations this week? Have you set the goals high, or are you taking every game as it comes?
No, take every game as it comes. If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. My ultimate goal, obviously, is to qualify for finals night, but we'll see what happens.
And of course, on top of that, you've got the ADC belt match on Saturday. How much are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I've known Chris for a couple of years now, and he's a good lad, so hopefully a good game.
We wish you well in that. Wish you well this week in the Super Series, Tom. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, the Yorkshireman Tom Sykes in action against the German Christopher Tunders. That's going to kick off our afternoon action here at the Super Series. 25 live matches to bring to you over the next 12 hours or so. And in the commentary box for each and every single one of those 25 matches, Laura Turner has made her way down to join Chris Mason. A very good afternoon to you, Chris.
Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, sit tight for a darting marathon today. 25 matches to bring you. 15 in this afternoon's Group C. And then we start the Group B campaign at 10 p.m. this evening on Sporty Stuff TV. We'll be joining our friends at Sporty from 3 p.m. this afternoon. Intriguing opening match, Laura.
Yeah, I agree. I mentioned it just then. I think, Chris Tunders has been one of those players that's kind of warmed to the stage, warmed to the Super Series, got better and better, and was actually quite impressive and was pushing for a spot in Group B towards the tail end. Tom Sykes is that kind of more unknown quantity, but as I say, do a bit of research, and it's got some good stats behind him.
Yeah, listen, you don't get in the Yorkshire A squad
140.
if you haven't got game. It is still regarded as one of the strongest darting counties in that system.
85.
You've dug a little deeper, haven't you? You've found some data on his ADC campaign this year.
Well, yeah, it goes back to around January, 28 matches, won, 6 lost, averaging around the kind of 80 mark, but that's for all games. And obviously, but top, first 9, 93, but also finished
41.
4th in the UKDA averages last season. And again, averaging around the 85 mark for the entire season last year. So
125.
got a few good stats behind him.
Yeah, and very much like Christopher this week on debut. It may take a little while
95.
to settle in, but
Christopher
I had
Carr,
a chat with him
136.
quite early this morning and seemed very calm and pretty calculated. Certainly
41.
didn't appear overawed, but unlike Christopher, who's having 5 days, Tom is only going to get the 2, and it's whether or not he can get himself
57.
comfortable in
Christopher
that short
Carr,
space of
95.
time. Christopher's almost had a warm-up for this group.
Yeah,
55.
I totally
Tom
agree.
Carr, 130.
He's played on stages in terms of county, but this is different. This is cameras. This is being, projected out. Needs the ball here.
105. Christopher Carr, 40.
Yeah, it's just a completely different environment to get used to.
35. Tom
He's
Carr,
got a great
25.
chance here to hold throw. Yeah, 988. Very
He's on
traditional.
the first leg. Tom
And
Sykes.
gets it done. Well,
Second leg, Christopher
maybe
throw
have a
first.
closer
Game
look
on.
at the action.
134.
Of Tom Sykes, and a little bit of movement, but nice rhythm and full extension.
140.
Looks a player.
95.
And when you think he's kind of come into this and he's at 12-1 outsider to top the group,
95.
being that unknown quantity in terms of what we've seen, here at MODUS.
Well, he wins this opening match. That will tumble.
97.
Indeed.
Yeah, there wasn't a great deal of value on offer when I looked at the
180.
outrights as he gets his first max. John Worsley, rightly so, a former winner
95. Tom Lucar 86.
this year here at the Super Series, 6-4.
Game
Well,
shot
this
on
is
the
some
second
way
leg. Tom Sykes.
to make your debut here at the Super Series. That's a 12-dart break of throw, a max in the leg.
Third leg, Tom did
So
through
he's
first.
ticked that box.
Game on.
Yeah, Josh was 7-2, James was 4-1, Bradley 11-2, Chris 9-1, Tom 12-1.
93.
In this match alone, well, they're not too daft, are they? Despite Chris being
121.
shorter price for winning the group, he actually was the outsider of the two in the match. So it's almost, well, we sort of know something about him, but
140.
we're not sure. So they went 8-13, Tom. Chris was 6-5. I can't make too much sense of that.
57.
That really is a case of hedging your bets, really, isn't it?
Well, totally, yeah. That's having your cake and eating it. We'll make him 12-1 to win the group, but we think he will beat a guy who's
41.
a shorter price to win the group.
$30.
And he's going to give himself a bit of a cushion.
171.
As you say, 12 dart break a throw last leg, down to 56 in
45.
12
Tom
here.
Lucar 56.
Got that luxury of time on his side with Tunda's right back, so double 18.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom
Backs the
Sykes.
12 up with a 15.
Fourth leg, Christopher throw first. Game on.
That's continues in this vein. It's definitely a way to make your MSS debut, isn't it?
Absolutely.
180.
Good response. His first max of the match. Yeah,
100.
First-hand experience of how good the Yorkshire County is. I ended up playing the majority of the A
140.
side at an exhibition once, which I didn't know I was doing. I got absolutely thumped.
I was going to say that's not nice.
140.
And that was back in the day where if you weren't really averaging more than 28, you're struggling to get
59.
in. I mean, there's such a strong county. Yorkshire, Lancashire, London, Essex. All very strong counties.
180. Christopher Carr,
Can't let you get away
122.
with not mentioning Hampshire.
97.
Yeah,
Tom Lucar
they've
81.
got to be talked about in the same vein, that's for sure.
Game
Well, he
shot on the
wanted the
match.
ball.
Tom Sykes.
And he got the ball. Had to go for it, of course, with his opponent on 25 himself after missing the ball. But what a debut that is for Tom Sykes. 101.90 in a 4-0 demolition job of Christopher Tonders. Well, take a bow, Tom. That is how you make your debut. Now, a former winner of a Super Series weekly title, John Worsley. He's up next against James Richardson. Well, follow that, chaps. Well, if there's two players that may be able to follow it, Laura, we've got a couple of them. Up next in John Worsley, taking on James Richardson. And, well, both you and I believe that the reset mentality of starting afresh may be of benefit to James Richardson, but probably would have preferred an easy opener than this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think every match is going to be tough, but you're right. I think you've got a former weekly winner here in John Worsley, and Richardson, results just didn't go his way. He did play very well, very consistently, but interestingly enough, I spoke to him after we left yesterday and still got that real positive mindset and thinks maybe, he's got his son here now, Josh, he's just might be a bit more of a settler for him.
Yeah, a bit more support. Well, we were discussing Tom Sykes and looking at his county averages, and we said, well, you won't lose too many averaging in the mid-80s,
Like John
which
to throw
he's
first.
done previously in a county season.
Game on.
Unless your name's James Richardson and you played this week, because he's been averaging in the mid-80s and only managed to pick up 2 wins.
139.
John Worsley, a very competent player.
58.
That's a pub in Chepstow, so no excuse for not practicing.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for that.
140.
Although we were having a good chat, and he said it's weird, it's there, but when you have a pub, it's just don't. There's just never enough minutes in the day, and you think,
55.
it must be great because it's like your house, isn't it? Just invite people round for a pint.
Yeah, but you probably know yourself already. It's one of those things when you're
56.
working constantly, when you actually do have a bit of downtime, the last thing you want to be doing is being in the same place. So it's kind of
Absolutely.
feet up, film.
Yeah. Bottle of vino.
140.
The pub is good for that.
Yeah. Yeah. There's always a glass of vino around.
$55.
Don't know what you think, but I do
60.
feel
John McCall,
a
111.
good start here for Richardson is pretty important just because of what's happened so far.
Totally agree, because what will happen is he would just get bogged down in that mentality again and think, well,
71.
okay, it wasn't my Group A. It may not be my week. And this is a strong start from Worsley, but
140.
a
John
little
McCall,
bit of
40.
little bit of pressure applied.
$20. James
And
McCall, 48.
sharpness may be an issue with John early on. He's not played a lot of darts of late. Just been playing the odd league game. So may not
32.
feel that
John McCall,
sharpness early
20.
on. So if he's going to be vulnerable, maybe in the opening match or two, you don't want to be giving him a second chance.
Game shot on the first leg. John
'Cause ultimately,
Worsley.
that's what will happen. Well, we're following a little bit of a sequence.
like
It
James
was
to throw
a 20
first,
dart
game on.
hold in leg 1 for Tom. And then he went berserk, going out in 12, 15 and 15.
7.
And as I said, when you haven't had, when you have had a break or you just haven't played as much as what you were playing in terms of
95.
darts and match play especially, I still think the scoring element, you're so used to throwing at 20s, it's the doubles which catch you out. And as you can see there, I know it's early
100.
with regards to John, but 5 missed darts at a double, 1 from
Yeah.
6. And
I've done Tom an injustice, actually. It was 12, 15, 12, wasn't it?
60.
what's 3 darts with between friends?
I don't know, about 15 points
Yeah,
in the
that's
average.
quite a bit, actually. Yeah.
96.
Well, the symmetry is not going to continue because This won't be a 12.
100.
Yeah, and already early signs, like you've mentioned, that John's perhaps not too happy with how he's feeling up there at the moment.
No,
60.
when you have been playing a lot of darts, it feels almost automatic. What can happen when you're a little bit rusty is you just start to
25.
force the issue, and rather than let it happen, you try to make it happen.
I'm saying Worsey's got that really stylised action, hasn't he? That I think if
96.
you do start tensing up, it's going to push it. And we've just seen one
Yeah.
in the 4 and one in the 5.
Yeah, you will begin to push and pull. Well done to Danny Nopper, who
137.
won
Junior car
the Pro Tour
142.
yesterday, defeating Christian Kist. Good to see Kist back in the final. Former BDO World Champion,
90.
of course.
Junior car 84.
Another one that really sprung up from nowhere to
Yeah.
win the title, very much like Yella when he did it.
Game shot on the second leg. John Worsley.
It was much more clinical, much more assured. Yeah, we had a few
Third
of the
leg, John
years,
to
didn't we,
throw
that
first. Game on.
just sort of come from nowhere to take the title.
I think the one that didn't surprise us because he happened to be playing Super League with Aaron at the time because he'd
80.
come over early was Tony David.
Yeah, no, we all knew about it. He was playing Super League in London, and I remember him linking up with Shane
96.
Burgess, one of the holiday camps, and Shane come in and he said, "I've been practicing with him. Can't beat him. It's just too good." So yeah, we all knew about that one. I think the bookies did as well.
85.
Yeah, you hope you're still on the road to recovery, Tony. I know he's had some horrendous health issues over the years with
140.
transplants. But looks to be on the road to recovery.
100.
Here's an opportunity for Richardson to possibly break back here.
133.
Bonus.
Yeah, Richardson on that champagne shot. Lots of options.
100. James McCall,
That last start there from
132.
Worsey will force the issue here for Richardson.
Really is pretty when it's ball. Oh,
77.
can hit a ball, but
John
not a big
McCall,
number.
136.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a lapse of concentration, isn't it?
Yeah. You almost take it for granted. And then the element of the annoyance and disappointment
96.
of missing
James
the
McCall,
second ball
55.
because that was begging for another. Double 10 for the breakback.
45. John
Very much
McCall,
a
40.
game on, game over type moment there.
Game shot on the third leg.
No
John
drama on the
Worsley.
finishing now. And he's just steadily
Fourth leg,
but
James to throw
surely
first. Game
getting
on.
better and better. Here's John Worsley.
And if you're Richardson, you know, you've missed 2 to break in the first.
96.
He's missed another 2 there to break in the third.
You start to go,
Yeah, I know. And
here we go again.
they weren't positive looking darts at the double. They were kind of floated in, almost hopeful.
Yeah,
60.
well, we do it, don't we?
Yeah.
Sort of throw it at you don't throw it in the target, the general direction. It's there somewhere.
It's why I recognised it, you know.
Yeah.
It's that thing that you
Yeah,
just...
we just do it.
180.
You just don't commit enough. And the one thing you have to do, be
140.
committed. personal favourite, is when you do that and you think that's nowhere near, and it
85.
goes in.
Yeah, been there. So, oh, it's falling out
It's
my
like
hand. Oh, no.
it's like a little surprise. You go, oh, look at that. Or the 180s when
85.
it's nowhere near,
James
but takes
O'Carroll,
a deflection and
140.
goes in. You just casually walk up as if to go, yeah, I meant that.
My one at the moment is that one where you're very indecisive of whether to go perhaps to an
100.
18 or a 20, and then you just kind of panic and you hit a 1, so you just throw it in
Yeah,
between
plumb
the two.
in the middle of the two.
$60. Change your car, 40.
Can he use it?
Game
Yes,
shot on
and
the
this
fourth
time
leg.
he
James
can. So that is a leg
Richardson.
on the board for James, so something now that he needs to build on.
Yeah, tiny
This leg's
leg.
on to throw
You can just
first.
see him
Game
using
on.
it. He uses that. Those real big lumps of chalk. And it's quite a bizarre combination because his darts are almost, the grip on them are razor sharp. Normally you apply a
81.
bit of chalk full grip. It's almost like a combination of the chalk not
82.
allowing the dart to stick to the hand.
I don't know what about you, but I've never ever liked anything like that on my
Not
hands.
chalk.
No.
I use a little, I think it's called stickum grip, and it's almost like just a
30.
tiny little dab, and it just makes your fingers slightly tacky, which I like because my darts are quite smooth. But with a much more grippier barrel,
99.
I tend to grip them more.
$81.
Another treble, Richardson.
100.
Again, just starting to edge forward in this leg.
$97.
Well, even this quickly, there's already been a reaction in the markets. Bradley versus Tom, which is match number 5.
140.
They were a 5-6, each of 2 before the off, despite Bradley having the darts. Tom's already been nibbled at, now into 4-6.
44. Change your car, 80.
I should say, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. It was an outstanding first match from Tom Sykes.
$74.
Slight disaster there for James Richardson. Opted for the 2 to leave himself on double 4, but found the double. So double 3, no one's favourite.
Just double checking, but the
85. Change your car,
performance
6.
from Tom Sykes on debut, second highest average of the week, only trumped by that 103 point.
Game shot on the fifth leg. James
by
Richardson.
Neil Duff on Monday. It's the only average that's higher. We did have a
Six leg, James to
100.20
throw
from
first.
Alex on Tuesday.
Game on.
We had a 101.81 from Neil yesterday in defeat
100.
to Alex. Yeah. Some debut.
That's one way to let everyone know you've arrived, isn't
Yes.
it?
I am here.
100.
Reminds me of that horrendous Phil Taylor promo. He is here.
96.
We know, unfortunately.
There's been a mixture of promos over the years. We were talking about it
81.
earlier. One of our favourite ones with the referee Paul Hinks.
Yes, yeah, that was genius with Dan Dawson. Yeah, that was remarkable.
100.
I did one once. It was 97, I do believe. It was when Mission Impossible was out.
100.
And they had me doing, this is when health and safety didn't matter. Had me jumping out of the sky helicopter and busting through doors and sliding down ropes. And it was-
93.
I was obviously playing Phil in the first round, so they went down the Mission Impossible, and I was, of course, cocksure and wanted to play him. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0
100.
later in
James
about 20
McCall,
minutes. Tail
112.
between legs on the way back on the M4 all the way back to Bristol. Thanks.
Yeah, he had a habit of doing things like that, didn't he?
88. John McCall, 120.
For the win and the 2 points. There's the single. Yeah, his darts going a lot flatter than they look, as you can see, below horizontal.
60. James McCall, 24.
For a level game, was 3-0 down. This is the kind of win, if he can get it, that will make him feel...
21.
Oh dear, oh dear.
John McCall,
And
60.
again, opportunities missed. He's missed 12 at a double. He's had 14 to Worsley's 8. Wow, 19. Tops for 4-2.
Game
Tops he
shot of the
gets.
match, John Worsley.
And gets over the line. Not particularly happy with that performance, but 2 points all the same for John Worsley. An average of 81.38, 86.88 for Richardson. Only 180 in the match went to James Richardson, but that game was won and lost on those checkout percentages. 4 from 9 for Worsley, just 2 from 14 for James. When we come back, the final 2 players in this 6-player field Group C, as Josh Richardson faces Bradley Roos.
Yeah, welcome back to game number 3, which sees Josh Richardson take on Bradley Roos. Earlier saw Josh's dad, James, suffering a bit of double trouble, wouldn't you say, Chris? Losing 4-2 to John Worsley.
Yeah, it's been a theme, hasn't it? It's been the theme for this week so far for James. And the problem is, as we know, as infectious as hitting, missing is equally as infectious, especially on the doubles, and it's hard to shake off. And I agree with what you said in that match. It was almost felt massive that he just got off to a winning start, and it may well prove to be a struggle today. Big advantage for Bradley here, in my opinion, when you've played the opening 3 days of play and
First leg, Josh
You've
to
got a
throw
player
first.
coming in a little
Game
cooler.
on.
Bradley will be very accustomed to his surroundings now. Should have ironed out any little weaknesses he felt he had over the
93.
course of 3 days. I'm sure these two would know each other reasonably well from the Dev Tour.
Yeah, I would say so. And I tend to agree. It can go one of two ways, can't it? When you've done those first 3 days,
57.
you've seen it with some players that they're probably a bit more tired. But I think when you've got the advantage of youth on your side, as Bradley does, and of course Josh, but those 3 days probably don't take it out of you as much as it can with
And the
61.
later start on the Thursday.
Yes.
You're getting double bubble, so you've had a nice rest. You've not had to be up at 6 a.m. You'd have had you may have gone out and had a
96.
bit of dinner last night. Got to bed at a relatively normal hour and had enjoyed a bit of a lie-in. So comes in up to speed but well
57.
rested. And unlike James, who we've seen in the last
83.
match, I don't think Bradley comes in carrying any baggage.
No, he was not far off qualifying himself yesterday for Group B. Obviously, Alex Spellman totally
58.
ran away with Group A.
He was one win away from being joint second in a very competitive group. So he's bringing a lot of positivity into this, and plenty of positives he
98.
can take from the opening 3 days. Where James, it was all negativity, wasn't it? Winning 2 of 15 is not gonna fill you with
65.
confidence.
Bradley Car 167.
So it's Ruse with the first opportunity for a finish.
96. Joshua Car 167.
Treble 19 and ball. Oh yeah. Oh, you
Game
beauty.
shot on the first leg, Josh Richardson.
How about that to start your day off? Nice
Second leg,
little
Bradley to throw
bump
first. Game on.
of the fists in acknowledgement and appreciation from Bradley.
If you're going to settle down in your opening match, that's one way of doing it.
180.
As Bradley fires in the first 180 of the match.
Highest finish of the week as well, isn't it?
Yes.
40.
And we've seen from Ruse as well, he's got the ability to find those real purple patches of hitting
Yeah,
180s.
He's a
59.
streaky player, isn't he? What did he have? 5 yesterday in a match, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
5 against Neil Duff. Yeah.
And I think he went 4 from 4, didn't he? 4 180s in the first, well, one in each of the opening 4 legs of the game.
59. $138.
Lovely leg this. 180, 59, 138, 124 after 9. Doesn't need to go the ball route. If he hits the
58.
treble
Bradley
20,
Car 124.
should be looking at 16s. Can still go treble 18 here. I don't mind that. I'm not too
92.
negative about that shot, because if you do go the 54, the adjustment for the single 18's there. If you miss the treble with your second, well, your first start at
96.
that target,
Bradley
it could be
Car
a nice guide
32.
to leave the 32.
Game shot on the second leg.
found the
Bradley
gap.
Roos.
Yeah, did very well to find a route through there. I was half expecting him to kind of just slide over, but
Third leg, Josh to
Yeah,
throw
it was,
first.
well, he
Game on.
starts sort of going at a similar angle to that of Jared Cole, where they don't only sit up, they lay slightly over to the right.
180.
Well, this one is warming up beautifully. So I spoke to
100.
Paul this morning regarding that incredible 160 from Jared, and he said, well, not only was it led over to the right, it was also a little bit loose.
120.
I think he was concerned that if he did attempt the second treble 20 for tops, not only could he not see much of the treble, but he felt he would have knocked the dart out.
25.
No, it was sensible play
Yeah.
with how the first dart landed, but if you don't know darts as well,
Yeah.
it does look like a bit of showboating,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's just pure skill.
Absolutely.
95. $81. Joshua Khan 106.
Treble 18. Okay.
54.
Well, using the bull a lot. Not quite sure why. It's the smallest target on the board.
180. Joshua Khan 52.
Yeah, so this for a hole, double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Josh
Yeah, and it's clinical
Richardson.
finishing there, but just the fact that he's gone 20 for 32 makes the idea of going for ball to leave 36 even more
Fourth leg, Bradley
confusing.
did through
Absolutely.
first. Game on.
If you're trying to leave double 18, go 16, double 18. Never second guess a dart
No,
player.
I know,
though.
I know.
It's futile and pointless.
60.
Yeah, it's kind of a battle between two former youth world champions,
57.
Yes.
6 years apart.
Yes, of course.
I was there when Bradley won in 2022, beat Charlie Large. Richardson back in 2016 when it was still
Was it
BDO.
that?
21.
Yeah, was it that long ago? My goodness. Yeah, I've known Josh since,
100.
no, probably since he was 12 or 13, maybe. And when you meet someone, they're that, like, they always sort of seem to be young,
58.
but I mean, he's still young by comparison, but the beard should give it away
Yeah.
that he's not
42.
16, 17.
$98.
It's kind of all going to plan, all holes of throw, relatively comfortable
58.
for each
Bradley
of them to
Khan
hold.
164.
Well, despite Richardson leading 2-1, it's Bradley with a
60.
10-point higher average, 91 playing 81. Needs another treble, ideally.
100. Bradley Khan 104.
Arguably, Bradley's just been stronger, hasn't he, when he has got the darts, when he's on throw. And Josh Richardson really did rescue that opening leg with the 167 checkout.
88. Joshua Khan 144.
Can he add to that 167? Double 12. He's 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Whoa, thickness of the wire away.
120. Bradley Khan 16.
Great effort.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Good
Bradley
adjustment.
loose.
Really good adjustment. A lot more difficult than it appears.
Fifth leg, Josh through first. Game on.
Because you're not kind of just moving to the right, you're trying to access that open bit of bed at the same time.
Yeah. Sort of in your mind, you've visualized the shot.
115.
And the bigger adjustments are sometimes just a little bit easier. Those small ones are just minuscule, aren't they?
97.
It's totally
134.
different to when you're using a dart as a guide. rather than just, like you say, picking a small part out of the double. Not only are you adjusting
60.
the line, you're adjusting length as well.
$64.
The beard and the glasses, very much a... He designs his own shirts as well, does Josh Richardson.
60.
I think he does that's his job, to be honest, graphic design or
Oh,
something.
very nice.
$140.
Yes, it's kind of a bit of a characterization of him.
Well, he is
in
quite...
front.
He's very quiet. Doesn't say too much, does Josh?
180. Joshua Carr 48.
Pressure on the Richardson throw again. He's very much a bit of a silent assassin.
32. Bradley Carr
Well, we've had
104.
A ton plus from Josh. Can we get one from Bradley? Again, this fifth leg, so key. Double 16.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Yeah,
Bradley
see the
Booth.
reaction. He liked that one a lot.
I think he narrowly missed that earlier on in the
Six
match.
leg
Yeah.
Bradley to throw first.
And this match is kind of almost a
Game on.
development of what we've seen from Bradley throughout the weeks, just getting better and better.
He's just getting more and more confident. And on debut here, it was a very similar story. You could just watch him begin to grow and believe.
96.
And Josh, you just feel is holding on in this match now at the moment.
100.
Well, he had to take the 167 out, didn't he, in leg one, and it has had that feel to it throughout that Bradley's just been waiting for a mistake.
60.
You narrowly missed the 144, but as you say, it's been that finishing end, which, you know, for most players, his dad probably a case in point that's normally where things go slightly wrong. But for Josh,
Yep.
it's been a bit
140.
better.
Bradley's not got back into this game because Josh has gone off the
57.
boil. Josh has actually put 9 points on his average.
$100.
Well, Richardson here really has swung things around. Needed to find a break. and
43. Joshua Carr 161.
Definitely got at least 6 from here, so doesn't have to go for the 161, but really good position to make this a level match.
97.
Do you think he would have gone for it? I think he would have.
I agree. Yeah, he seems to have it about him, doesn't he?
$100. Joshua Carr 64.
Well, neither dart convincing at all, were they?
24. Bradley Carr
Dart on tops was better.
145.
And that's the thing, you can have that kind of almost hit of adrenaline when you're going for those big shots. But those shots between kind of 60 and 90 really they are your
65.
key finishes.
Joshua
Yeah, they're your
Carr
bread and
40.
butter, and it's the ones that we don't practice. You know, we don't do 41 to 61. We tend to start on 121 or 101.
Game shot on the sixth
We
leg. Josh Richardson.
concern ourselves more with the bigger finishes.
Yeah, you're right. You kind of go around the board on doubles, don't you?
Yeah.
Or you do 1-2-1s is a staple in
Seventh
our
and final
house.
leg.
Yes,
Josh
yeah,
to throw
same.
first. Game on.
I think we try and mix it up by if you hit it, we go up 10 now and then start falling back. But other than that, it's still pretty much, like you say, we just neglect those kind of 2 dart checkouts in between.
134.
I guess the thought process behind it, isn't it, is if you can hit a 1-2-1 or a 1-4-1 or, you know,
It
you
don't
should be
matter
able to
about
hit,
the six, yeah.
you should be able to hit the other ones.
But we rarely look at sort of going for those big numbers. It's taken for granted the fact that we're constantly looking at trebles and doubles that the big
57.
numbers that take care of themselves. Like myself and Bob Anderson used to do a great routine, and it was just alternate legs. It didn't matter, you know. It's you'd start on the odd legs, but we played 2 or 1
24.
down. And of course, you don't need a chalker for that. Keep it in your head. And I used to do a from 1 to the ball, so around the board on doubles. But you only get 1 dart at each target. So if you hit
65.
double 1 with dart 1, miss double 2, hit double 3, your next would be 2, 3, 4, and so on. And
Yeah.
giving you only 1 dart at each target.
I
Just
like
to,
that routine.
100.
yeah.
I could get to 20 and still be on 1.
The annoying thing is if you don't hit the ball in your combination, you only ever get 1 dart at the ball, so that can take a bit of time.
80.
Control of this one now. Josh Richardson.
96.
He's got 6 at 165 if needed. Should start on 19s really, being the fact that he's pretty much done everything he could to leave 32. Oh, this is perfect.
133.
Yeah, that's fantastic set-up play there from Josh Richardson.
Yeah, you'll take that all day long. 15 darts
93.
thrown, double
Joshua
needed
Carr 32.
in a deciding leg. He's got 3 in hand. A little bit of insurance with Bradley back on 128. It just should dink this over the top.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
well,
match.
I
Josh
can assure you,
Richardson.
wasn't aiming for that part of the double, but he will take it. A full 3 win for Josh Richardson, a tidy enough average, 87.79, 84.9 for Bradley Rose. 2 ton plus finishes in there. The 104 for Bradley, and that wonderful high finish of the week, the 167 from Josh in leg 1. Well, that first finishes 1 cycle of games. We go to the second cycle with Christopher Tonders up against John Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are round down for our fixtures on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen before the break. Josh Richardson got the better of Bradley Roos in the last leg, decided by 4 legs to 3. In fact, every single game has gone with throws so far, including that top game. Tom Sykes getting the better of Christopher Tunders 4-0. What a start that was for the Yorkshireman there, winning in the space of 6 minutes of 101 average. And so round 2 is about to begin, and that man there, John Worsley, former weekly winner, is in the winner's enclosure already. He got the better of James Richardson 4-2 in the first round of matches. He's taken on Christopher Tunders, looking to get his first win of the group. Watching this one in the commentary box is Laura Turner alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it'd be fascinating to see how Christopher responds to that defeat at the hands of Tom Sykes. Didn't play too badly himself, in fairness. He averaged 91.44, hit a 180, but only had 4 opportunities at a double. John Worsley was a little rusty in his opening match, but
First
got
leg,
it done
Christopher
against
to throw
James
first.
Richardson, 4-2. Can have a watch that
Game
today.
on.
Richardson's, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, I have written down James R and Josh R.
Yeah, I
just
know, we can't even do JR, can
no,
you?
no, not at all.
100.
There's not too much, I think, that Tonders can really take from that first one in terms of the fact that there wasn't much more there wasn't much he could do. I don't think he was expecting Tom to come out in the
64.
way that he came out, and as you say,
I don't think Tom was.
no, oh, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
He was
well,
very quietly confident. Well,
Yes, he was.
in his interview. He
Yeah, he
seemed,
was understated. Oh well, and that's the best way to do it. Don't load yourself with pressure. I speak from experience. I was the ultimate living room world champion,
83.
unbeatable.
yeah, won many a household tournament throughout COVID.
Yeah.
60. $140.
I think from Tonder's point of view, if you've lost that opening match, which was a bit of an unknown, I expect for him, but then you're facing John Worsley, who is less of an unknown, and I imagine
128.
he's going to build on that first opening win.
Well, I would look at it like this. I played better than John and lost, if I'm Chris. So I fancy the job if he plays to toe.
92. Christopher Carr,
The
156.
likelihood of John having an 81 again, I'm not so sure. Is there any room? He's
60.
almost found a
Jonathan
gap.
Carr, 122.
And there is that thing with certain players that do persist with the 20, even if it is awkward. And that there, you see, just took a bit of a deflection into the treble one.
28. Christopher Carr, 96.
Needs double 18.
60. John Carr, 94.
Going treble 18 and finds it. Gives him 2 at tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
John
that was
Worsley.
one thing that was very good towards the back end of his match. Did miss doubles in the opening leg of the
Second
contest,
leg, John to
but
throw first. Game on.
missed very little in the final 4 or 5 legs of the match. In fact, finished with 4 out of 9.
$94.
And an early break, of course, for John.
42.
Obviously, John came into Group C today as favourite to top the table. And I can understand why, former winner here.
45. 58.
You think the players that top the table after today and tomorrow got Alex Spellman to contend with once again in finals night.
100.
Yes, and Group B, which gets underway at
140.
10 p.m. tonight, is a bit of a minefield, isn't it? Richie Housen, Neil Duff, Chris Quantock, Jared Cole and John Brown. Good luck picking 3 from 5. I think we both expect Housen and Duff
39.
Yeah.
to come through because Richie Housen's been playing, well, not just well recently, but very well for the last couple of years. Hope he remembers his darts and not his snooker cue, though.
Or his fishing rod or his artist
Or his
palette.
fishing rod, or his paintbrush, or his chisel. It's darts tonight, Richie.
A very multi-talented guy, isn't he?
Annoyingly so,
125.
yes.
Christopher Carr, 130.
And he's the ball.
105. John
Just a
O'Connor,
whisker
98.
away.
Yeah, and he's been pretty good on that this week so far. Another one of these clutch finishes, treble 8. Oh, double 19.
39. Christopher
Don't
Carr,
like staying
25.
there after missing it, but each to their own.
Game shot on the second leg. Christopher Saunders.
Well, 17 dart break leg 1. Identical response in leg 2. 17 dart
Third leg,
break.
Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Like you say, it is each their own, but I find the adjustment from going right at the top of the board for treble 20
60.
to then go all the way down for double 19 to then come back up. I just think naturally that switch across to 18s is possibly...
Well, especially in the previous throw when he's found the treble 18 with dart 1 to then hit tops.
100.
Although when those shots are pulled off, you do send quite a message to your opponent as well.
100.
Yes, it's very much a message of I'm confident. You can see the angle from a truer camera angle.
135. 59. 140.
140 the match there leaves John on 126 and in a really good position to
134. John O'Connor,
find a break
126.
throw.
$98. Christopher Carr, 148. 128. John O'Connor, 28.
Yeah, racing through that finish, just wasn't able to find tops there, Tone. Just so Worsley back for double 14.
Game shot on the third leg. John Worsley.
Well, this match could all be so different. At the moment, it's just going the way of Worsley.
Fourth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Far more efficient on the outer ring. But it is a third consecutive breaker throw. This one coming in 14 darts. Now he's warming up.
Yeah, that's a massive visit. To say if you can break the throw and then find the hold,
100.
especially in a race to 4, it makes it so much more difficult for your opponent. Saw James Richardson almost fight back from 3-0 down, brought it back to 3-2, but missed a handful of darts
96.
at double.
$96. 94.
Yeah, again, good switch over. Uses the 18 quite a bit. Unless he's got 78 left.
125. John
Yeah.
O'Connor, 131.
Trouble 17 tops. Seems to be a
91.
very fashionable or favourable way of going nowadays. Not my bag when your
80.
opponent's not on
John
a
the car,
finish. but
40.
What do I know?
No, quite a lot, but I don't know. I'm probably similar to you. I feel like you have to.
Game
I
shot
think
on the
there's a time
fourth
and a
leg.
place for
John
aggressive
Wesley.
style.
It's playing the percentages for me. It's
Yeah.
like if I've got 46 left, although I prefer double 16,
Fifth
I will
leg,
still
Christopher
go
to
for the
throw
10-6
first, game
combination because it's just a bigger section of the board. It's making sure you get those shots or at least line up something very good for the next throw.
100.
Well, that could be why I win less matches nowadays. Maybe I need to be a bit more aggressive on the dartboard.
I was just about to say something. Maybe that's why I'm
85.
sat here and he's out there.
Yeah.
I'm in the safety of the commentary booth.
47. $85. 100.
Yeah, Tonda's just trying to fight his way back into the match. But as you said earlier, I just think Worsley looks like he's just
97.
settling in on that stage again.
$140. $60. Christopher Carr, 114.
He took it at 104.
$98.
That's good setup play there from Toondas.
$83. Christopher Carr,
Yeah,
16.
John Worsley has the insurance of
Game
having.
shot on the fifth leg.
the
Christopher
throw.
Saunders.
Well, Chris is sort of matching his performance levels. He
Six leg
averaged
John to do
91.44
first, game
in his
on.
opening game, and he's around the 91 average in his second match of the day. He's playing at a good level. This is a player that came in with a seasonal average of just shy of 80.
98.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. He's finding another level of play under the
45.
not most extreme circumstances, but it's certainly different and a little tougher to play under the lights. But if it's a place he's enjoying, that's a positive going forward.
83.
It's quite, you know, where you're playing so many players that you don't have a lot of time in between, and it's quite like game after game. So
95.
when you think that he's had limited experience at this level as well, as you say, he's looking very impressive.
$60. $57.
Just feel sometimes in a match he kind of runs out of steam ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean,
100.
I wonder if he just starts to push a little too hard.
57.
I think
John
I
Carr,
think he's very
160.
comfortable in the early stages, but when it comes to that winning line, you just wonder maybe if he's just. Ooh, tops for the win.
120.
Yeah, you can sometimes, rather than just sort of get over the line, you try and sprint over it.
60. John Carr,
But
40.
in darting terms, still very much a baby, isn't he?
Game shot on the
John
match. John
Worsley gets
Worsley.
it done. Very, very good in the back end. In fact, the final 3 legs of that match, he was averaging a ton, because the final 3 legs of the match were completed in 45 darts, an end average of 90.19. Far more convincing there from John Worsley. Puts 10 points on his average from his opening game. Decent enough again from Christopher, 85.9. Both players with a couple of 140s, finishing 4 from 8. Very tidy from John. Well, Tom Sykes, who made some debut in the opening match of this session. He returns against Bradley Roos.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yeah, welcome back. As we see Tom Sykes, who was absolutely outstanding in his opening match, considering he was on debut, over 100 average, winning 4-0 against Christopher Toonders. I think the odds have come down on him. He came into this at 12-1, but you know, Bradley's got experience up on that stage as well. But I don't know if Sykes carries on the way he started. This.
Yeah, I mean, apart from leg one, which any normal human being will feel the pressure, he was unplayable. 12, 15 and 12. 39 darts to win legs 2, 3 and 4. And sometimes you just got to hold your hands up and say, right, too good. On that occasion, he was just too good. But now, after a performance like that, it's just all about backing it up. And there will be a little bit of added pressure. You think you'd be on the crest of a wave and really confident, but you come off and think, wow, I've got to do that again.
Got to do it again, because now, in addition, there's probably a bit more of a target on his back than there was when it started.
For sure. Absolutely.
$140.
As it stands, the
135.
3 players with wins, 2 from 2 for John Worsley, of course. Tom's 1 from 1 going into this one. Richardson's 1 from 1. Bradley,
92.
James and Christopher all losing their matches so far.
99. Bradley Carr, 170.
we've seen a 167 already today from Josh Richardson. Won't be seeing a 170 yet.
Might see another 167.
134. Tom McCall, 167.
So Rose here
85.
for an opportunity of a
Bradley
13
McCall,
dart
36.
hold of throw in the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Bradley Roos.
that was clinical. That was a tidy opening leg there from Bradley Roos.
Yeah, 13 darter.
Second leg, Tom
Well,
to
a few
through
results
first.
to bring
Game
in
on.
from Players' Championship 23 of 30 this year. Dave Chisnell
125.
through 6-2 against Martinez. Jim Williams 6-0 against John O'Shea, another 100-plus average, 102.48.
Jim keeps doing this against kind of our legends of the game. It was a
100.
114 against Beaton yesterday.
It was. Beaten through against Fulwell, 6-3. Wadey through 6-2 against Clearmacher. Scott
58.
Williams with a 6-5 win over Zonneveld. Aspinall out to James Wilson, 6-4. Yesterday's winner, Noppert, safely through 6-1 against Jules van Dongen.
57.
Hybrids through 6-5 against Gavalas. Dolan through 6-1 against Rasma. Michael Smith through 6-5 against Sparadans. Ryan Joyce 6-0 against Cam
100.
Crabtree. Barneveld out 6-2 to Rusty Jake. Roloffs 6-0 against Mernon. Dirk through 6-2 against Connor Scott.
140.
Grundy through 6-1 against Nick Kenny. Owen Bates 6-3 against through 6-3 against
58.
Montgomery. Josh Rock 6-2 against Adam Smith Neal. Aaron Monk with a 6-3 win against Florham Hempel.
41.
Humphries
Tom
through with
McCall,
a 105.
160.
Yeah, Humphries is Mr. Consistent, I think, at the moment.
120.
Sykes unlucky there, just missing the tops for that 160 checkout.
Well, Gary Anderson, who lost with 109 average yesterday against Michael Smith.
41.
Coulters.
Tom McCall, 40.
He's through 6-0 against Robbie Knops with 102.5. He's finding some form at
Game
the
shot on the
perfect time
second
of the
leg.
year
Tom
as
Sykes.
Tom Sykes hits back with a hold of his own.
Third leg, Bradley to through first.
Yeah,
Game on.
really exciting time of the year. The elite end of the sport. The tournaments come thick and fast, starting
180.
next. Of course, on Monday is the World Grand Prix, where you'll be involved, Laura, won't you?
119.
Yeah, there for the first few days. It's one of those tournaments I love to watch, you know, with the addition of, you know, the different format.
Round one's incredible for me.
Yeah.
Because it's just anything can happen.
Probably a tournament that I would just
58.
absolutely just be in fear of playing.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. Oh, I did okay in it, to be fair. But yeah, I wasn't a fan.
Double of choice?
16s
140.
before the 9 was eventually hit. I was chasing that 9.
58. Bradley McCall,
once.
121.
Once I sort of got that out of my head, and yeah, the 16s were far more reliable.
41. $140.
Used to
Bradley
play
McCall,
301 double in the West Midlands League, one leg. I did a few 152, 149s. Oh, wrong bed.
No score. Tom McCall, 126.
All the way back to 80, which will make Tom Sykes give this a little bit more focus. Wants the ball.
Game shot on the third
nearly
leg. Tom Sykes.
bang in the middle, and a lovely reaction from Tom Sykes. Tell you what, there's a lot to like
Fourth
about him,
leg,
isn't
Tom
there?
to through first.
You just get that feeling if he
Game on.
gets that little opportunity, that little poke at it, then he's going to take it.
I'm seriously impressed.
134.
This guy's got game.
$100.
Yeah, Sykes featured recently at the British
60.
Classic, British Open, formerly one of the probably biggest UK-based tournaments. Still is. I think it was Mervyn King that actually still had that on his darting CV of winning the British Open.
100.
And the classic, yeah, beat me in the, was it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Merv beat me in the final of the British Classic, amongst many other finals, Antwerp and
57.
Belgium and. Good old Merv actually beat me in my final embassy or stroke lakeside.
140.
This is good
60.
from Roos.
Bradley car 81.
Set up 81 after 9 to try and break back. Yeah, and sensible, just setting it up.
49. $140. Bradley car 32.
Good response from Bradley. Not panicked.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Bradley Roos.
And that's his second 13 darter. This one is to break back. It was a 13 dart hold in leg one.
Fifth leg Bradley to through first.
players.
Game on.
Good averages as we start leg 5. 96.54 Bradley. 95.19 for Tom Sykes. So he's backing it up, isn't he?
100.
Yeah, he is. And I think Bradley would have taken to the Oki when he's staring down that 32, knowing that if he misses, then Sykes seems to be able to sweep up.
15.
He was 4 out of 7 on the doubles on debut in match 1.
96.
2 from 4 at the moment.
$85. $98.
Yeah, Bradley just not able to quite leave a finish, but in control in this.
140.
That fifth leg again, isn't it? It's the one that feels quite important.
It's always pivotal, isn't it? In a best of 7.
100. $91. Bradley car 107.
Could start on 19s. Goes traditional. Oh, misses the 15.
75. Tommy car 170.
Well, this would be some finish. Needs the ball.
Well, the line was
145.
absolutely perfect.
Bradley car 32.
Just dipped the last few inches.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. Bradley Roos.
Holds on and takes the lead.
Sixth leg Tom to third first. Game on.
Yeah, well, Sykes stormed through that opening leg 4-0 against
100.
Tonders, but finding a bit of resistance here from Bradley Roos.
Yeah, he's been in control of his emotions.
85.
Perfect timing, Mason.
Thought I'd just shoot you a look there as he was quite emotional.
Yeah.
96.
But you know, you are right. And actually, when he's been most in control is at the business end. He's finished those legs. He's held it together very well.
60. 60.
Yeah, this leg little tentative from both. Obviously a must win for Sykes.
Yeah, it's just it's such a big leg, isn't it?
And I guess for
51.
Ruse, he knows that if it does go 3 apiece, he has got the darts, but that still comes with a bit of a loaded pressure.
Absolutely. What you can tend to do is be a little bit too defensive
95.
and not have an attacking mindset. Sort of defend the lead rather than...
84.
Leaves 110. So still plenty to do. It's got to come down.
59. Tom Nakar 110. $40. Bradley Nakar 160.
There's a game going on the Pro Tour between Mensa Silovic and Richie Bennett. I'm not sure they'll have any shins left.
85. Tom Nakar 70.
It'd be like darting on ice, that.
$45. Bradley Nakar 75.
Yeah, just come a bit undone. Sykes just in this last couple of throws. So chance here for the match. Needs double 12.
63. Tom Nakar 25.
Too much darts. How big will that have been? He's missed the big number. So 3 double 4. 11 remaining.
21.
Clips the
Bradley
wire.
Nakar 12.
Not to be. 2 6s. Which could be a big win come tomorrow afternoon.
Game shot in the match.
Gets the
Bradley
win.
Roos.
Bradley gets over the line at 4-2. The averages dropped off a fair bit in the end, but still certainly more positives than negatives for both players as Bradley picks up his first win of the day. 86.72 for Bradley, 87.09 for Sykes. And the finishing certainly tidy enough from Bradley, and the big finish in there, that 1-2-6 on the ball. Up next, well, it's the battle of the Richardsons. James taking on Josh. Welcome back, and it is the Richardsons. Don't worry, we're not going back to the 60s and a battle with the Crays. It's Richardson versus Richardson. Father v son, and those of you that have been hardcore fans remember when we were the Live League down in Southampton before our move to the beautiful Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These two were playing in a deciding leg.
Looks like James to throw first.
And the
Game
old
on.
man decided to pop in a 9 against his son in the deciding leg of their match. Can you imagine the banter over the dinner table?
66.
Well, having young, my two daughters that play, obviously not quite at that level as yet, but she's had some bragging rights, taking out some checkouts against me, the older one. I'm sure it's coming. I'm going to lose at some point.
Well, Josh has it a 9 against his dad.
86.
Playing winner stays on at the boozer.
There's no more definitive way to ensure your place than,
No,
staying
I
on.
used to
57.
play against my dad, bless him. I can still remember getting my first win against him. Doing a lap of the
140.
house.
You often find it with darts. I've spoken about it when it comes to how you encourage more women into the sport, and you often
58.
find it is very much a family affair.
Yeah, all my family played County A for the West of England. Me, my sister, my brother, and my mum and dad. My mum actually
45.
made the national newspapers playing a holiday camp competition on stage. She hit 180, and her name was Margaret, but everybody called her Maggie, and it was Maximum Maggie.
See, that's where nicknames should come from
Yeah.
as well. It's like,
134.
something that
James McCall,
evolves very naturally and
164.
also sounds very good.
Yeah. The thing was, she rarely went for treble 20s. She was a 19s player, very old school.
133.
Right on cue. Richardson's
Joshua
playing the
Carl,
19s.
112.
Yep, it's in the single.
Game shot on the first leg. Josh Richardson.
Have that, Pops.
Yeah, and I quite like that. The
Sound like
reaction
Josh to
there,
throw first,
James wasn't
game on.
looking, but Josh, nice little head pump. It's games like this, they're loaded in so many different ways.
121. $134.
Oh, plenty of room.
180.
Never in doubt.
There's a real steely focus about Josh Richardson
93.
here.
Yeah, does he not know his dad's had an absolute nightmare this week?
Just adding to the
Yeah, he
pain.
is.
60.
Similar to you, like both my parents played as well, and it's a really weird feeling that you
140.
get into darts because
Joshua
your
Carl,
parents, you want to win,
140.
but there's an element of sympathy there, and then vice versa. You want to beat your son or your daughter, but you feel that element of pride when they play well as well.
Yeah, you're in a
60.
lose-lose situation,
134.
aren't you?
$98. Joshua Carl, 80.
So this to extend his lead to 2-0. Looking for tops. So single 20 leaves him tops again.
Game shot on the second
This is
leg.
really
Josh
clinical
Richardson.
finishing from Josh Richardson. 2 from 2 and 2-0 up.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on. $60.
Back-to-back 15
58.
dart legs for Josh to get this one underway. Immaculate on the double so far.
100.
Interestingly,
58.
pace of the two totally different.
140.
He's becoming a little animated now.
Geeing himself up in the background. Yeah, as you say, completely different styles when it comes to
100.
how they hold the dart, how they throw the dart.
Yeah, the pace of throw. And he was like Mick Jagger after the last visit.
65.
Getting himself really motivated. Good recovery. But a max here.
That was inviting, that first
Was,
one
wasn't
as
it?
well.
100. James
When
Carl,
they're middle and
136.
high, you think, ooh, perfect. What about tidying up from here, which he
96.
does so. Looking good for a holder throw. Gonna need a break though.
Yeah, we will say in contrast to Josh, who's 2 from 2.
105. James Carl, 40.
James Richardson has struggled with the doubling side of things.
Maybe playing a game of loops.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Makes the
James
adjustment.
Richardson.
Very well. 17 dart hold. Gets his first chalk on the board.
Fourth leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
97.91 the average for James. 94.87 for Josh. That was brilliant.
123.
Really has the weight of throw spot on at the moment.
58.
I don't know about you, but that's actually what I tend to find harder. You can get the line, the straightness, but actually getting the level and being able to adjust in the way that Josh just did then, that's harder.
134.
Well, usually the quicker throwers are more adept at doing that because
58.
that's how they throw. It's just line and length. I wouldn't say he's particularly slow, Josh, but he's just very measured, isn't he?
39.
Yeah, and if you've got a pace and you can keep it, sometimes you can get wrapped up if you're playing a faster player, but Josh just seems slightly unshakable in terms of his pace, his
125.
rhythm.
Well, I know he's still relatively young. He's been playing darts a long time and predominantly playing against, much more experienced players in grown men, been playing men's leagues, men's competitions. Knocked me out of one in the West Midlands when he was about 14.
41.
He didn't have a beard then, I hasten to add. Unlike Luke Littler.
100. Joshua Carr, 164.
Treble 18.
138.
play, but
James Carr, 160.
Richardson with a poke here at 160.
It was interesting.
45.
The
Joshua Carr, 26.
when he went for the 18, he obviously didn't like the lie of the 18 and didn't attempt the treble to leave 32, so switched straight back to the 60.
Getting shot on the fourth
And when
leg.
you can
Josh
do that,
Richardson.
it's hard to argue.
Fifth leg, James to
3-1
throw
up
first.
and
Game on.
in control. It's been a better performance from James, but he's just not created enough
60.
opportunities at double. In only one of the legs, he's had darts at a double, and he hit it. Couldn't miss.
180.
His second.
60.
He'd be grounded.
Yeah. Did you get the impression that Josh wasn't happy with that kind of 9-dart deciding leg last time from
No.
James?
Jam sandwiches for a week, son.
57.
Or sugar and sandwiches, what my mum used to tell me when I asked what's for dinner.
60.
Yeah, just resetting, but despite that dart, just feel like he's just more in control.
61.
No real damage done, despite one on the floor. Now, a lot of players go, or try to go, 9-19s to leave 32. Well, that's got the 3 off. Had to come off at some point.
43.
Yeah, James Richardson here, just still trying to track down a treble 20, which he does on this occasion.
Yeah,
100.
4
Joshua Carr,
consecutive
160.
scores of 60. Hmm.
70. James Carr, 161.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I think the 2 treble 18s is a shot to leave 32, isn't it? I mean, you would have had to hit ball to leave tops.
It's always been inspired
25.
by Jared and his 160
Joshua
checkout
Carr,
yesterday.
90.
Ball, tops, 10s for the win.
70. James Carr,
You'd think
136.
he would be back. And will be.
60. Joshua Carr, 20.
Double 10 for the points. And to make it 2 from 2. Incredible. It hardly
No
missed
score.
a double
James
in the
Carr,
match. When it
76.
comes to the winning double, he all of a sudden has a bit of double trouble.
Yeah, just left the door open here. Tops for Richardson.
Getting shot on the 5th leg.
James
James
Richardson.
Richardson.
I'm going to keep doing that throughout the day, but yes, that was a good checkout
6th
from
leg,
James
Josh to
Richardson,
third
but
first.
was
Game on.
gifted the opportunity from Josh.
Yeah, he had 5 darts and a double there to get it wrapped up for 1.
Yeah, that can be anything.
140.
Adrenaline. It's
Your
amazing.
mind wanders at that point, doesn't it? All the other doubles you go for, you're just looking at the double going, right, just hit it. When it comes to winning the game, you're thinking
100.
about what you're going to say after, you're thinking about the match.
I'm the worst for doing that. I've already planned a speech, depending on which way it's going.
Already thought about what you're going to say to your opponent.
58.
It is a funny old game.
140. 93.
And when you do that, you've got obviously 5 match darts come and gone for Josh Richardson.
81.
Should be down to a finish before James, but it's just kind of, you have to kind of like draw a line under that and move on to the next.
145. 100. Joshua Carr, 65.
$13. The treble's a bonus, double 12.
53.
Still can't get it done.
James Carr, 80.
Another chance here, and this will be to level up. Goes wild, needs a treble.
Yeah, you might. Normal practice would be the 57, but I think when you don't think you're coming back.
64.
I'd rather have a dart at tops than
Joshua
double
Clark,
11.
12.
So, another opportunity. A 6th match dart. And eventually
Game shot on the
finds
match,
the
Josh
corner of the
Richardson.
double. A clenched fist, and that'll be more relief. A little tap on the shoulder from his father James, but it is Josh who makes it 2 from 2 and joins John Worsley on 4 points. There, the numbers: 85.96 James, 87.18. 4 to 12 on the doubles at the end, fairly steady enough, 33.33%. So the players now have completed 2 cycles of games. They've all got 3 more matches to play each, and we will get those matches underway at around about 3 o'clock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Lord Turner has joined me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results from the 6 matches up to press, and so far, so good as far as John Worsley and Josh Richardson are concerned, both winning their opening matches. Tom Sykes got off to a blistering start, getting the better of Christopher Tundas by 4 legs to nil. Right, let's dissect the session and see what we have seen so far with Lord. Let's begin with John Worsley. We gave him the big build-up in preparation to this, and he's won both of his opening matches so far and looks in some really good nick.
Yeah, and I think he's starting to really play himself into form. Perhaps we could argue, not at his brilliant best for that very first match against Richardson. However, he's just improved in his second match. And what more can you do than win both games?
I suppose as a player coming into the week, like John is on the Thursday and Friday, and most of his appearances here at the Super Series tend to be a weekly appearance, can it feel a bit different when you're going in against a player who's played the first 3 days? You're going into it a bit cold, they're going into it a bit warm.
Yeah, it can do. It doesn't seem to have affected him, but obviously we have spoken about it in commentary that can sometimes work in your favour. But he's coming in fresh as well, so it could work in his, could be an advantage for him. But like I say, 2 from 2, and it's the ideal start.
So far, so good as far as he's concerned. It's also so far, so good for Josh Richardson, which, well, let's be honest, he started very well. And once you take a 167 out in your opening leg, well, it can only really go in one direction, but he's won both of his matches.
Yeah, he did really well as well, because that was for a holder throw with Ruzo sat there on 71 and just really commanding. And his finishing has looked absolutely exceptional so far. And again, 2 from 2.
And I think it was interesting to see where Josh's form guide was, because we've seen a little bit of everything from Josh. It's fair to say here, the live lounge in Portsmouth, but we're seeing some of the better signs of Josh Richardson here.
Yeah, and I think, like I say, what's impressed me most, he is scoring well, maybe not quite found that consistency at the scoring level, but when he's had an opportunity to finish, that's where he's been quite good. Okay, he may have stumbled slightly against his dad, but I think everyone can kind of understand that, but still got the job done.
He most certainly did. Right, Tom Seitz, well, we gave him a bit of a build-up. We didn't know too much about him in terms of TV dons, but we knew that he was entertaining some form in terms of the ADC vault system, and he got up and running in some style. 6 minutes to get the job done against Christopher Tunders, an average in excess of a ton, and his finishing was remarkable.
Yeah, came in like a bit of a whirlwind, didn't he? We had an idea, we knew that he could play well. However, it's still transferring it up onto that stage here, and he just did it without any thought, hesitation, and just completely smashed it.
And as you guys were kind of mentioning on commentary in his second game, yes, he had that fantastic start, but now there's a different type of pressure once you go on that stage and you play well once. And in this form, when you're playing 10 matches, you've got to try and harbour something on the consistent scale near to what he produced in game 1.
Yeah, it's a marathon, isn't it, at the end of the day? It's not a sprint. It's finding that form, but being able to maintain a level that sees you win. We've seen it from John. He's done enough to win both his games so far, same with Josh. The idea is to win. If you can put in massive performances, great, but it's consistency. That's the key thing.
It most certainly is. Right, let's have a quick check of the table then after a couple of rounds of fixtures. And it is well uniform. Worsley and Richardson both on 4, Sykes and Rose both on 2. Richardson and Tunders yet to get off the mark. We'll see whether that changes just after 3 o'clock. Right, we're going to take a short break here at the Super Series. Once we return, and we're going to see all of the action. 9 more games to bring you from 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. And, of course, here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So join us in a couple of minutes' time for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. Good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. Firstly, afternoon's worth of Group C action is at its halfway stage, each player having played 2 matches so far, and this is what we have seen this afternoon. It was a blistering start for the Yorkshireman Tom Sykes to proceedings. He got the better of Christopher Tunders in around about 6 minutes flat. Meanwhile, as far as Josh Richardson and John Worsley's campaigns are concerned, well, they have both made the perfect start to life in Group C this afternoon, winning each of their opening 2 matches. So 6 games down for our session, and this is how the table occupies itself. John Worsley and Josh Richardson both top of the pile on 4 points. It's fairly uniform with Tom Sykes and Bradley Roos on 2 respectively, and James Richardson and Christopher Tunders both looking to get off the mark in their next matches. And we're going to see Tunders in action now. The German takes on his Dutch opponent, Bradley Roos, in this 7th game of the afternoon session. And describing all of the action down in the commentary box, it's a very good afternoon to Laura Turner and first, Chris Mason.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, sit tight for a Thursday afternoon's action here from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for match number 7 of 15 we're bringing you this afternoon as this Group C gets underway. At the moment, it's Worsley and Richardson, both unbeaten, 2 from 2. Tom Sykes and Bradley, both with 1 win apiece. James Richardson and Christopher Tunders yet to get on the board. Remember, Thursday and Friday is double session day. We're back tonight at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV.
First leg, Christopher through first.
Highly anticipated Group B. There's our referee, Paul Hinks, who refereed all 607 legs last week. Don't think he'll be far off this week. No, you need another holiday, and he loves a holiday, Laura.
he caught me as I walked in this afternoon, and I think he's already just surpassed that number of legs so far. We've had quite a few running 4-3 throughout the week.
58.
Well, this will be the 4th meeting for this pair. Obviously, they play 3 times in Group A at the moment. Tunders ever so slightly got the edge, 1-2. Roos is 1-1. But this is a different day.
Yes, absolutely. And as it stands at the moment, Bradley
96.
will feel the more positive of the two, having won 1 of his 2 matches. And as we've seen from even
70.
the experienced James Richardson, a player that has played on big stages and beaten big players, beat Barneveld on the big stage, of course, at Ali Pali in the World Championship.
100.
Even he, when getting bogged down with not getting wins, has
96.
been unable to turn that fortune or misfortune around.
$140.
And we've seen plenty of players go through it before, haven't we? But they just can't get that win
60.
to get going.
107.
Sometimes that's all you need. It's just that one win or that one really positive result where a bit of luck even goes your way. And I just feel that James is just on that
55.
kind of spiral where things aren't going his way and he can't take the opportunities, and it just becomes, as you say, a thing.
I just can't get any good fortune.
121. Bradley car 52.
Tried to go the high side and
49.
just slightly overpitched. Again, he's going to have to move. He's going to have to go high. Oh, almost the same hole.
Bradley car 16.
Well, you both know where it is, lads. A wry smile. Deep down, he will be boiling.
Getting shot on the first leg. Bradley Roos.
And is it the opening leg to Bradley? It's a all-important breaker throw, which he
Second leg,
had
Bradley
to get at some point
Game on.
to win the match.
Tone just featured in that first match that
140.
we mentioned earlier with Sykes. Sykes' impressive 101 debut here at the MODUS Super Series.
95.
Then ran into Worsley, who again 4-2 winner. And you get the impression that Toned is maybe probably feeling a little bit like Richardson. You come back in here, you feel it starts afresh, and then you still can't quite find that win, or
57.
just run into players that are just playing that bit better. Becomes very frustrating.
Well, I'm not going to
96.
completely throw you under the bus because that's not my style, but it has been announced today that Bo has opted to play in the WDF Ladies World Championships. We both cover the
96.
PDC World Championship, of course, for you for Sky and myself for Talk Sport. I'm not sure if there's a
100.
right or wrong decision for us to have too much of a viewpoint on, but I think it's what's best for Bo.
I totally agree. At the end of the day, it's a decision that you know, as a player, you need to be comfortable with. And she's a defending champion, and I think most of us will say that when you've won a tournament, you do want to go back and you do want to defend.
Absolutely.
28.
It's that, you know, it's a tournament that she would have looked at as well over the years and watched all the other lady players. Trina, of course, winning it on 10 occasions.
Game shot in the second
Finds
leg.
a double
Bradley
14 to back up the break with a 13-dart hold. And I think, you know, something which is obviously that important to her, she wants to defend it. And I don't blame her. She's had a taste of the big stages before now.
And I think everyone's just got to remember, one, it's her decision. I think, you know, everyone may not have an opinion, but it's her decision at the end of the day. But also, she's 19.
Yeah, she's
you know,
she's literally
just starting on this journey.
Potentially has got at least another 20 years of playing the game. Plenty of time for, you know, I heard this, you know, cry of, why isn't she gone to Q school? My goodness, this game has caught fire. And I think my advice, and it means absolutely nothing,
44,
would be go to Q school, play that one game, walk away, and then pick and choose when you want to play some challenge tour next year, and
57.
do it in baby steps, so you know she can mature alongside her own game.
Yeah, it's just picking and choosing the tournaments you want, and she's a player of such a caliber that she can do that.
124. 92.
What a beautiful position to be in with where the game is now, that she has that option to pick and choose. She can play WDF. She can, you know, she's got a lot of friends in the WDF. That the PDC is a very
43.
lonely place.
Christopher Carr,
Yeah, well, she's currently out representing England at the WDF World Cup in Denmark.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, currently going along very nicely with their partner Dieter Hedman. They're in the latter stages of the pairs.
Fourth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
But yeah, I think all power to her, and do what makes her happy.
Yeah, for me, it's just, you know, it's just great to see just women doing well in darts. Be it WDF.
140.
Isn't it great that they're, you know, she can make that decision, or have that decision to make.
30.
Yeah, it's a problem that I'd actually quite like that problem. But just don't seem to be able to replicate that form that Bo shows week in, week out. So
Ditto.
96.
If I could, I'd still be playing.
$85. $42. 94.
Bradley Bradley just looking to just re-establish control of the match, and the streaks you mentioned of Christopher, we just seen
59.
a perfect example of it, didn't we?
yeah, I was just going to go with something very similar, because it was an emphatic 14-leg dart, and they're playing in such a kind of nice spirit between the pair of them as well.
100. Bradley O'Carr, 164.
Bruce seems back in control. It's those 14 dart legs, isn't it, that you want on, against the throw.
Yeah.
132.
when you dominate them, almost feel wasted, and you think, oh, why couldn't I have had that on the opponent's throat?
76.
32
Car
left
32.
for 3-1. And although it's not particularly comfortable for him, it would appear that way with a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Bradley
Loving
Roos.
that double 8 today, even when they don't want it.
Fifth leg, Chris is with the throw first. Game on. $60. $96.
Toon just needs to find that form that we
45.
just showed us glimpses of, but you can just see from his reaction there. Get to a point where you start trying a bit too hard.
Yep. And everything becomes a little forced, and with that fluid type of throw, they tend
58.
to break down a little when forced. You've got to play like you practice.
60.
You can sit there, it's very easy for you to say, sat there in your chair. But I agree. If you can actually get that practice form onto the stage, you know, it's an unbelievable feeling.
Yeah, when it happens, it just know that and that's the
81.
addictive side of playing sport. It's that release of
59.
dopamines you feel when you the 60 just feels like a bucket and you can't miss it.
$59.
You needed to find a trouble there to leave a finish, but still in a small lead here, but it is Chris Tonder's darts.
Well, yesterday's winner of the Pro Tour is out. Danny Noppert beaten 6-4 by Kim Huybrechts. Dirk van Duivenbode taking care of Grundy. What a match this is. Grundy losing 6-4, 108.36
55.
Grundy, 111.55 for Dirk.
Imagine going up there and losing with 108 average.
100. Bradley Car 152. $40. Christopher Carr 120.
Chris has just played himself back into this match. Needs the treble 20. It's going to lay it up.
88. Bradley Car 112.
For the match, 4-1. Not had a ton plus out. Are we going to get one for 4-1?
Game
Oh,
shot
yes,
in the
we
match.
are.
Bradley Roos.
Bradley Roos getting it done 4-1 against a very game Christopher Tonders. In the end, just a little bit too strong on the outer ring. 50%, 4 from 8 for Bradley. At 112, getting the job done. Just 180 for Bradley, 2 for Christopher. But it is Bradley who takes the spoils, and he jumps to the top of the table. Up next, it is the 2 unbeaten players so far in this Group C. John Worsley facing Josh Richardson.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. And it is someone's O's gotta go. Both players unbeaten. Both players 2 from 2. Winner will go top and on to 6 points. So far today, if you are just joining us, John's campaign started with a 4-2 win over Josh's father, James. Josh got his campaign underway with a 4-3 win over Bradley, who we've just seen pick up his second win of the day. And then John,
First leg, John to through first.
a 4-2 win over Chris with a 90.19 average, and Josh getting a 4-2 win over his father, James, with an 87.18. Couple of 180s in there. So far today, we've had finishes of 104, 2 112s, a 126,
92.
and a 167 in his opening leg of the day from this man, Josh Richardson. The odds, they go 4 to 9, John. 13 to 8, Josh. Maybe a little bit of value there, Laura.
Yeah, could well be. Just say we've had some very emphatic checkouts so far, but you know, I'm greedy. I want to see a 170. A few players have threatened it, but come on now.
Absolutely.
$77.
A lot of former Super Series players having some success
36.
on the Pro Tour today. Andy Bolton through to the round of 32. Faces Luke Humphries. Mario van den Boegaarde
57.
into the last 32 where you face Martin Lukeman.
$42. $57.
Well, you asked for the 170.
I did.
Josh has left it.
And Josh has been threatening. I mean, he hasn't had a match so far. Okay, he's only had 2, but he's had a ton plus finish in both.
97.
So, you know, I have
Josh
expectations
McCall,
now.
170.
You're a tough taskmaster.
Speaks to my husband, definitely.
I know him.
96. John McCall, 134.
Yeah, I was looking for tops. Tops.
114. Josh
Definitely
McCall,
sub 20,
74.
Yeah, leaves double 10, but Richardson with a great opportunity for a break. Oh, he's loving the use of the ball today. But I'm not
58.
sure if you're going to
John McCall, 20.
leave the 32. Why not go 42? It's a much bigger target.
Game shot on the first leg, John Worsley.
Dinks it around for a hold of throw. Now, what we are seeing with final dart
Second
in
leg, Josh
hand,
to throw first.
with
Game
74 left, we're seeing a lot of players now go ball then, because if they hit the ball, they come back with 3 darts hand at double 12. If they hit 25, they'll leave them 49. So they can hit the
57.
9, which completely takes the blocker away from tops. I'm seeing that more and more of late.
But I think it's what we've kind of said throughout the day. It's
120.
how many darts you've got left in your hand should denote the route that you perhaps take.
Correct.
$51. $140.
Yeah, Worsley really making some inroads here on the Josh Richardson throw.
58.
Worsley's been maybe a slow start, but consistent in his next game. Finishing's been quite good. But just don't feel he's really been pushed yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's got He's got an
92.
all-round, very, very good game. Hence why he's previously a weekly winner.
41.
They don't
John
give them
Carl,
away.
149.
No favouritism here, Laura.
No, no, and you obviously, you know, a certain caliber of player can only win a week, Chris.
There you go.
59.
Especially when they drag the said player out of the comms box. Yeah, this is... I like this from Worsley. He knows he would have hurt
60.
Josh Richardson
John
taking
Carl,
that
90.
opening leg. As Josh had the opportunity to pinch it. Treble 18, double 12.
35.
One of those lazy ones, Laura.
It is indeed. And one where players sometimes just try and push it. Obviously, you don't want the treble 20. You don't want to bust it. Try and push it a little bit too much, and that's sometimes
64.
the outcome.
John Carl, 55.
There's another strange one talking about that. We'll just watch this go in,
Game shot on
and
the
it
second
does.
leg. John Worsley.
You know when you want 25, and do you go 9 double 8 on 25?
Yeah, I do.
You know what's coming, right?
Third leg.
How often
John
when you
the first. Game on.
just glance at the treble 9 and it goes straight in, and you go, I was looking at that. Isn't it?
Weird.
Isn't it?
is.
It's just...
Well, you just tell yourself, just keep it nice and straight. Don't go in the 14. And
One
instantly straight in the 14.
80.
Yes.
It's like when you say, oh, don't miss the big number. And you hit exactly what you're looking at.
Which isn't a big number.
No.
60.
Just adjusting, seeking down that last treble. And
Oh.
does find a treble.
135.
Wrong colour. Well, not the wrong colour if he was going for the treble 19.
$38.
I've had a few 9 darters here at the Super Series. Most recently, Fallon. Has there been one since Fallon?
121.
Yeah, well, actually, he hit one in practice, didn't he, John? Did you?
Oh, he
not
did.
Remember that?
I do remember that. That's
Yeah,
like he
that-
won
that-
the week. That was within
121.
The
champions.
John
best
65.
9 warm-up darts we've ever seen. Yeah, Conor Heenan's had 2 here. Steve West,
Game shot
a
on the third
beautiful leg
leg.
from
John
Worsley.
Worsley.
12 dart hold. And obviously Fallon's.
Fourth leg, Josh, you through first. Game on.
We've seen that very tall fella, Miss Double 18, recently. Can't remember, Cordecker, is it? Very tall fella, isn't it?
54.
Yeah, I knew exactly who you meant,
Yeah.
especially when you pitched it against it was Makuru. It was hard for the camera guys at the back going up, down.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
41. $180.
Yeah, we've had plenty of close calls, plenty of missed doubles.
55.
He's playing with absolute freedom now.
100.
We're seeing that fluid throw reap rewards.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, if I was his dad sat out the back, I'd think, did he just save it all for me in the last match?
98. Joshua Carr, 167.
I think Gary Anderson must have been thinking that of Michael Smith yesterday. In the match to follow after beating
99.
Gary, limped out with an 86.
And we mentioned that yesterday as well, didn't we?
Yeah. I don't think he'd have taken him out for dinner, let's put it that way.
81. Joshua Carr, 68. Game
May
shot on
well
the
just
fourth
be
leg, Josh
a
Richardson.
bit of a consolation leg. 15 dart hold, leg 5.
Fifth leg, John to third first. Game on.
John with the darts.
But you never know, do you? As we move into tomorrow, that one leg could be the difference between going through or not.
Absolutely. Leg difference do
140.
count. And if it can't be divided there, it goes to legs 1. If it can't
41.
be divided there, we just toss a coin. No, I'm joking. Just go for the ball.
Yeah.
140 was his opening gambit, and he's backing that up
140.
with another. Averaging 92.15 here, John Worsley, as we are well into leg 5.
100.
183, 140s, 60% on the doubles. Very competent display so far.
100.
Really does lock the almost sighting dart out there, doesn't he? It's just locked and then throws when he's ready.
Yeah, very stylised.
140. John Nucall,
I would say
121.
Josh just seems to have sped up. Really relaxed now.
Yeah. Well, may go ball. Yeah. Well, he's left 50. Won't be. Yeah, he's having a smile to himself. I'm sure if
81.
he was back at his pub, he'd have just gone for that.
Yeah.
But
35. John Nucall, 40.
Yeah, so this is for the match.
Game shot on the match, John
And there
Worsley.
you have it. John Worsley is your 4-1 winner over Josh Richardson. That win does now see him set on 6 points at the top of the table. So averages for that, John Worsley 92.39. Josh just off the pace slightly with a 77, but brilliant checkout percentage as well there for John Worsley, 57%. And as I say, tops the table. Coming up next, we have Tom Sykes against James Richardson.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
welcome back to what could be a huge game for both. Tom last time out after a fabulous debut where he averaged 101.90. Didn't follow that up with a win. Lost out 4-2 to Bradley Roos. And James Richardson has not won a game since Tuesday, Laura.
Yeah, we said this
First leg,
morning,
Tom
didn't we?
to
We
field
felt
first.
like a strong start. It was
Game on.
needed for James Richardson just to get over the disappointment of only winning 2 games out of 15 in Group A, and just hasn't been able to find it. In fairness, coming up against John Worsley first game, it's not easy, but
81.
did have opportunities, but 2 from 14 when it came to doubles and just hasn't been able to build on it.
40.
He's actually lost his last 9 games. His last
57.
win was a 4-1 win against Jared Cole on Tuesday morning. And I don't care who you are, it's hard to shake
44.
that off.
Yeah, because it gets to a point, doesn't it, where, you know, maybe not the world, but at least the darting gods, it feels like they're kind of conspiring against you.
121.
For sure. And that weight of expectation just builds and builds and builds, as does that
140.
feeling of disappointment. And then you get that horrible feeling of embarrassment.
Because I imagine coming into Group A, it wouldn't have surprised me if he was in the top 3, you know,
94.
actually top in the group.
Well, even after a disastrous day one, I said, don't be surprised to see him, because we have seen it from him where he's lost all
59.
5 one
Tom
day and
McCall,
bounced back and won all 5
148.
the next.
Yeah, he did say it yesterday. He's been in a similar position and managed to find a way back. But just slight concerns now, you know, with another 2 losses today, that
82.
it is a
Well,
long way to claw back.
Group C, we have a rule of 3, and if you lose 3 across the course of
100.
2
Tom McCall,
days,
66.
it's very tough to find yourself in contention.
57. James McCall,
Because if
118.
you then lose 4, the maximum you can get, of course, then is 12 points.
94.
Looking at the
Tom
way this
McCall,
group is
9.
playing out now, 12 points isn't enough to win this group.
Game shot on the first leg. Tom Sykes.
Yeah, I know it was only a finish of 9, but they're those tricky ones.
Second leg, James,
They
you
can
throw
get
first,
really
game
messy
on.
really quickly. And
It wouldn't get bogged down, can you?
yeah, and I just think with Tom, what I've seen so far is he doesn't seem to panic.
123.
Go up there, throw his darts, and get on with it.
Yeah, I think he's got a fabulous mentality, and like you say, it's so easy on those shots that you go inside 4s, end up on 2s, and find yourself on the dreaded double 1.
140.
He plays with just freedom. I'd be amazed if he.
121.
Well, I think you picked up on it in his interview. He's just very laid back, isn't he? He's just quite a cool customer. Played down
119.
his, not necessarily played down his chances, but played down the occasion, which I think
85.
is always a wise move.
Yeah, and I think you see it quite often with some of the ADC qualifiers. Obviously, we're getting them from ADC Europe, here in the UK as well. And
140.
it's a new experience. It's a good opportunity, and I think we've seen it from a few of them. But they're coming through, and they're actually winning the weeks as well.
Yeah, they're embracing it.
100. Tom McCall, 102.
That's not a disaster. So now needs tops.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
second
and
leg.
this is some
Tom
clinical
Sykes.
stuff once again from Tom Sykes.
Yeah, another 12 dart leg.
Third
This
leg, Tom to
time,
throw first. Game on.
102 out and a break of throw. The misery is mounting.
Do you get the feeling he's a bit of a
121.
front runner? I don't know. He's obviously ran away with it against Tounders. Well, rattling off 4-0.
60.
Came apart ever so slightly. Not by a huge amount, but just, you know, had a dip.
I get your observation.
It's a bit early, I know.
Yeah, but no, but he
96.
could be one of those type of players that likes to dominate. You have other players that can respond
58.
when they get embroiled in a real back and forth. I mean, for me, Barneveld is one of those that just used to love to dominate from start to finish.
45.
If there was a little chink in his armour, if you sort of made it a little bit of a
100.
you know, not messy, but a game where you forced him to find something, you could maybe just rattle him slightly.
59.
You just sow that seed of doubt, don't you?
No doubt in Gary Anderson at the moment. He's 2-0 up on Bunting, which I I don't remember the last time I've seen Bunting average under 100. He's
68.
2-0 up at the moment. Anderson averaging 120. Bunty averaging 105. They must be using 4 darts or
60.
something over there. What's in the tea in Barnsley?
Do you reckon this is this is what happens if Gary maybe does a day a week practicing? I don't know. I know he said he's threatened to practice.
125.
Well, funny
Tom
enough,
McCall, 120.
I think Stephen Bunting's partner said something similar. This is how he plays when he practices. I think he had averages of 106, 109, 104, and something else massive yesterday.
100. James McCall, 90.
Got to go this. And he's gone the right way for me. Just shouldn't have strayed.
50. Tom McCall, 20.
So this for 3-zip.
No score.
Oh,
James
can
McCall,
count
40.
on one hand how many times he's missed those opportunities.
$20. Tom McCall, 20.
Yeah, just
And
more.
that's been his Achilles heel, hasn't it?
Absolutely going to say the same.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Not
Tom
for Tom
Sykes.
Sykes. Tom does find it this time of asking, and 3-0 to the good.
He's been given
Fourth leg, James to
opportunities.
third
He's
first, game
created
on.
opportunities thus far. Has been unable to take them.
80.
Yeah, Sykes straight back in the treble.
140.
Thought that was asking for a third.
Something I
140.
do like is he's not. However, he's winning a leg, whether it be in 12 or 21, it's the same
57.
response. Ultimately, the averages will take care of themselves.
100.
Yeah, indeed, I guess when you find yourself in this situation, and we've said it all along, the main thing is getting out of the group, getting to finals night. He's doing a
138.
good job to make sure he's there.
We've seen something similar with Tommy Morris, didn't we? He sort of was a player that I sort of knew a bit about from
140.
county darts and the odd bit of ADC he'd been playing, but he just sort of hit the stage running. Another one was that Stephen Johnston, son of Peter
96.
Johnston.
James McCall, 41.
They just loved it up there. And why not? They have no
21.
preconceived
Tom McCall, 70.
previous damage. Not like the rest of us, like a car that's been smashed up and bodged together,
38. James McCall, 20.
hiding a load of former damage.
Yeah.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. James
Yeah, and
Richardson.
there you go. James Richardson gets that leg on the board. 6th time of asking for a double, but does make sure this time.
Fifth leg, Tom to third first. Game on.
Only a hold though.
It is only a hold, and Sykes was unlucky, miscounted 138. It left him on the 166. And
57.
that's something that kind of comes with time, experience, and
Absolutely.
100. $95.
Well, coming up next, Bradley Ruse against John Wesleyan. Currently, Bradley
97.
is John's nearest rival, and he could be in a position to really create the first real
140.
gap in the table, excluding those at the foot of the table. We're getting table division already, aren't we?
we are, yeah.
85.
Yeah, you're already
59.
seeing that it's kind of, as it stands, between 4 people for those 2 spots, but we know things can change, but that's looking the most likely at the moment.
97. Tom Car 150.
I am still waiting for someone to go the 3 bullseye route.
Well, Steve West hit the 3 balls, but it was in the scoring phase of a leg.
53. James Car 122.
Jared's reasoning is he does the 180 and goes for the 919s, and if he hits the 171, he's assured us he's going to go 3 balls. So you
54.
may get your wish
Tom Car
tonight.
97. $39. James Car
Try
68.
the double route. That's again an opportunity afforded here to James Richardson.
Game shot on the
And this
5th
time
leg.
does
James
take it.
Richardson.
Back-to-back legs.
6th leg. James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, back-to-back legs. Obviously, that was a breaker throw. We'll need to find another breaker throw. But importantly, I guess, for right now, he needs to hold.
Yeah.
60. $125.
Instantly, Tom applies pressure. Michael Van Gerwen under a bit of pressure in the round of 32.
100.
5-3 down to Chris Dobie. Gary Anderson's game has really fallen off a cliff. He's 4-2 up
59.
against Bunting, averaging 113.69.
Yeah, that's the kind of cliff that I need, yeah.
Yeah, throw me off it.
Yeah.
81.
Yeah, some unbelievable standards coming out of the Players' Championships.
$140.
Yeah, the players, of course, in final preparation for the Grand Prix, and this sort of period really is where you set the tone for the remainder of the
81.
year. Traditionally, those that do well in the Grand Prix sort of go on to do well in the Euros, go on to do well in the Players' Championships, and ultimately are in with a big
97.
shout at the Worlds.
Yeah, this back end of the season, it just
So
becomes
exciting.
it's quite relentless as well for them.
Brilliant for the players. Absolutely brilliant.
99.
Not great
Tom
for us
Car
that actually
80.
have to work for a living. Jokes, of course. If you love your job, never work a day in your life.
Agreed.
60.
Tom
James
would have
Car
loved to have
80.
seen that tops go in for a 4-2 win. And again, James has been taking these of late. Oh, how much of the tops can he see? He'll be in the comms box. Be sat on my lap.
60. Tom
this
Car
time.
20.
So for the win, 4-2, and to move on to
Game
4
shot in the
points.
match, Tom Sack.
Absolutely no danger at all. A very assured start at double 10. Another ton plus finish in there for Tom. 102 this time. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. Very efficient. Anything over 33% is where you want to be. No 180s in the match this time, but an average of 84.93. Enough to take it 4-2 and the 2 points when we come back. Another big game. Bradley Roos takes on table-topping John Worsley.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have now completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures at the Live Lounge report. So before the break, we saw Tom Sykes get the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Prior to that, John Worsley kept up his 100% record, getting the better of Josh Richardson by 4 legs to 1, inflicting his first defeat of the campaign. And then prior to that, well, we saw Christopher Tunders lose out to Bradley Rose by 4 legs to 1. Right, this is how the table occupies itself then, following 3 rounds worth of fixtures, and a little bit of table separation is just beginning to appear. Worsley on 6 points at the top of the table, and then 3 players find themselves on 4 points, with James Richardson and Christopher Tunders yet to get off the mark. However, that could change in a couple of games' time when they face off against each other. But first up for us in this 4th round of fixtures is Bradley Roos up against John Worsley, and Chris Mason is alongside Laura Turner in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, another fascinating game to get our teeth into, Laura.
Yeah, and another one that we could see a little bit more separation happen within the table. A win here for John would then make him 4 points clear at the top of the table. But Bradley's got an opportunity, depending on the scoreline, to either make it to 6 points and remain in second, or even push John down if he can get a really, really good result.
Yeah, he could top the table himself with a full 2 win, or better. At this stage of the day, the players will be fully up to speed.
First leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Be feeling very, very comfortable. Tend to see some big averages around this time of day here at the Super Series. Both players have completed 3 matches apiece.
We think any of those kind of early nerves should now be all gone, especially for the players that come in and join fresh
45.
today. They should have settled in as well now by game number 4.
Yeah, you've just got to watch you've not over-practiced by this point.
59.
Got to leave something in the locker.
$68.
Good recovery.
$140.
Certainly some darts-themed tattoos.
58.
Fancy a couple of those? No.
Oh, I've yet to ever get one, I'll be honest. And I'm not sure if I could get, carry off a bit of bully on my arm or something. I don't quite know. It's for me.
140.
Getting a look at them there, look at that.
I was going to say, I'm not quite sure I hit enough
And he
180.
nearly, yeah, he nearly gave us a 180. It was
102.
a 140. But even with a 140, he's still a long way adrift.
48.
Should have gone ball with dart too.
40. Bradley Car 54.
So tops were an opening hold.
Here comes your
44.
3 balls.
It's
Johnny
just not
Carr
going to happen, is it?
150.
I know. Come on.
You must have loved Simon Whitlock's in the Euro Tour.
That's brilliant.
It is.
48. Bradley
I wouldn't
Car
want to be
10.
on the receiving end of it, but it's great to watch.
Do you know that on the following Tuesday, he did it in the local league?
Getting shot on the
in
first
the
leg.
singles
Bradley
league.
Roos.
I did hear this.
Yeah.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Bradley holds. Albeit in 19 darts, so John had 18 darts at the board in that leg, but ultimately was
85.
left wanting, still needing 102. So a disappointing start to the match.
$78.
Yeah, it's just a bit tentative, maybe a bit edgy at this stage.
Showing each other a little bit too
60.
much respect, maybe.
Yeah, maybe they're both currently sat 1 and 2 respectively.
96.
For someone like Bradley, he's had the 3 days here, but obviously in Group C, you don't have as many chances. That end of road runs out very, very, well, much more quickly.
100.
Quick roundup while we've got time. These players are through to the last 16. Dave Chisnell with a 106, beating Veenstra 6-1. Dolan through 6-4 against Hybrids. Kim. Ryan Joyce through with a 100 average, 6-1 against Roloff. De Souza through 6-2 against Ryan Mirko. Martin Lukeman through 6-4 against Bugard with 100. Humphreys through with 107, 6-4 against Bolton, who lost with 101. Ratajski through 6-2 against Ruprecht.
40. John
Anderson through with 111.38 against Bunty. Doby beat MVG 6-5. Ron Searle with a 106. Beat Gurney, who had 100, 6-5.
Game
Time
shot
to
on the second
perfection.
leg. John Worsley.
15 dart hold.
Yeah, you were right about that Anderson
Then
game
like
kind of
Bradley
dropping
to
off there,
first.
ending
Game
with
on.
just the 111. Impressive numbers.
$98. $92.
Tend to find that, don't you, with John, where his darts, the way they kind of land quite flat, if he does hit it just above the treble 20, really finds that quite awkward to find it and has to switch.
99.
Yeah, has to run for cover, especially when it's in the middle. When it's either right or left, they, as you can see, they are well below horizontal.
140.
And as you can see, complete opposite. These ones just sit up nicely. You'd
100.
be disappointed there after dart 1.
Yeah, it did look inviting.
He had
59.
no choice. You can see why he had to run for cover. I mean, Taylor is absolute pomp that because it was only the point in the board
59.
and they were so below horizontal, he actually could work around them somehow. It was disheartening stood behind him because all you could actually see in the 60 was a bit of the point. The rest of it was like there was not a dart anywhere near it. It was horrible.
That famous stacking system that he
Yeah.
used.
Back up to the treble 20. Leaves tops.
105. John Newcastle 70.
Well, he loves tops, so expect treble 10. And because his darts don't sit up, it's not a blocker.
Game shot on the third leg.
There's a
John
result.
Worsley.
Back to back, 15 darters for John Worsley. 2 out of 2 on the doubles,
Fourth leg, John to
100%.
first. Game on.
He is going along very nicely and looking good to double his lead at the top of the table, move on to 8 points. Taking control
180.
very early of this group, as Alex Spellman did in Group A. I mean, Spellman was the 6-4 favourite for Group A, and we thought even that was too big. Well, John Worsley, exactly the same, 6-4 to win this Group C.
42.
Yeah, Spellman just looked unstoppable.
He was just just the most consistent player of the week.
And that's key, especially to these group stages. It's
60.
consistency. And even when you do have a dip, and we've seen it, obviously, you know, even with Alex Spellman, we saw a slight dip, but he still found a way to do enough to win.
Yeah.
100.
You know, in some spells he had a little wobble on the doubles, but it didn't drag over, and he just put that right very quickly.
180.
And another.
$40. John Lucan, 81.
So this 4 and 11 dart needs double 12.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's
John
impressive
Worsley.
there from John Worsley.
Yeah, that's outstanding, isn't it? I mean, it was a fairly miserable opening leg for
If
him.
legs
After
valid,
18
it's
darts, he
first.
still wanted
Game on.
102. Showing strong mentality, because since then he's gone 15, 15, 11. A couple of 180s in there. A 116 finish.
134.
Averaging 97.
Maybe a pattern forming. We all like, I mean, I love a narrative. And Worsley, second game, that was a 20 dart. In his last match against
92.
Josh Richardson, that was a 20 dart. So maybe just needs to get that first leg out of the way. Hope he wins it. If he doesn't matter. He's just going to come back and blitz it anyway.
Well, that was the case for Tom Sykes, wasn't it, in the opening game?
140.
That was a 20 darter and still ended up with a near 102 average.
$100. $43. $140. $96.
Yeah, strong last start there from Bradley Roos to leave 88. But Worsley can leave something better.
I think that's in the trouble, so it should be trouble 19. Oh, beautiful.
137. Bradley
Piles,
88.
heaps the pressure on this 88.
So 18 leaves him the ball.
58.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment. Not
John
really
Newcastle,
in the right
52.
postcode.
He's going to dip below the 100 average.
Game shot
but
in the
only
match. John Worsley.
Well, no, he does not. A double 16 hitting 1 gives us our second 100-plus average of the day, and it goes to John Worsley. 100.12 the average. Look at the finishing. Absolutely immaculate. 4 out of 4, including a 116 out. 2 180s, 5 140s. All in all, an outstanding performance, and we suggested that we may see some of the best darts in this phase. And, well, the next two up will be hoping for the same as James Richardson faces Christopher Tonders.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the action. Up next, match number 11 of 15. We're bringing you on the opening session of Group C. It sees the luckless James Richardson facing Christopher Toonders, who himself is yet to pick up a win today. It has been a tough school for both. No such drama for John Worsley, who's made it 4 out of 4 on 8 points, plus 10 in terms of leg difference.
First leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Tom Sykes, who has played 3 and has won 2. He's on 4 points. He's got a game in hand on Bradley, who has just
60.
been defeated by Worsley, who's also on 4 points. Josh Richardson on 4. And as I said, James and
96.
Christopher yet to find out a win, and an interesting game following this one, where Josh and Tom will meet for the first time.
60.
Yeah, the way these group stages work, where everyone plays everyone, there will be definitives, and the definitive after this
45.
match is one of these two players will at least get a win and won't be at the bottom of the table, but one will.
And in the following match, one of them will be on 6.
Exactly.
140.
In second place on their own. And then our final 3
121.
matches are intriguing. James will be playing Bradley. Tom will be facing John Worsley.
81.
And Toonders will be facing Josh Richardson.
99. James McCall, 160. 60. Christopher Carr, 140.
Just looking to try and get a
100.
ton, which he
James
does.
McCall, 100.
Added pressure on the ton finish now for James Richardson. Gets the 60. The determination and the belief is still there.
80. Christopher Carr, 40.
But again, that has been the part of James Richardson's
Getting
game
shot on
that's
the first
been
leg.
lacking.
Christopher Toonders.
There is Christopher Toonders to just come and mop up.
Second leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Their meetings this week, all 3 have gone the way of Christopher Toonders.
134. 60. 134.
When Chris finds his rhythm, he really does throw at some pace.
140.
Yeah, and a real grimace there from Richardson. Fighting for that win with every
140.
bit of his fibre.
$100. Christopher Carr, 93. 53.
So good follow-up leg here from Chris. And to top that after just 12.
45. Christopher Carr, 40. Game shot on the second leg. Christopher Toonders.
Yeah, that's 2 from 2. 2-0 up for Toonders. 100% checkout percentage.
Third
Both
leg, James to throw
finding
first.
tops.
Game on. 140. 140.
It just feels like Richardson kind of is just running into the players when they're finding their
Yep.
best game as well.
Well, that's what happens when
140.
everything's going wrong. It just goes wrong, doesn't it? End
57.
up in this vicious cycle.
51.
Yep, opts for the 11 to leave 170.
98. James McCall 170.
He'll be going for this, I can assure you, just to try and make something happen.
60. 138. James McCall
In the blink of an
110.
eye, when it looks like Richardson's going to get a chalk on the board, in steps Christopher with a big turn.
50. Christopher Carr 68.
So double 16 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Christopher
Yeah, and
Saunders.
that is 3 from 3.
Ooh, we've just had a 4
Fourth leg,
from
Christopher
4
Hill first. Game on.
from Worsley. And at the moment, Saunders is averaging 102.5.
85.
He's on course for a personal best.
And then that
32.
last leg is kind of what we've been saying about James Richardson throughout. It's 140, 140, but backs up with a 60,
40.
with a 51 and a 60, and just allows the opponent to come back.
Exactly that. It just opens the door.
99. 100. 57.
A chance to take real control of leg and match.
59.
Just couldn't find that all-important double just to give him a bit of a cushion. Back comes Richardson.
133. 59.
Well, a couple of troublous visits have given Richardson an opportunity.
Really needs a
60.
treble.
Christopher Carr
And just can't
158.
quite pick it off.
94. James McCall 120.
Good guide. All over pitched. Just tried
60.
to
Christopher Carr 64.
crash the dart into the guide. Double 8 for 4 from 4. Well, you take 4 from 5.
Game shot on the match.
And we'll
Christopher
get 4
Saunders.
from 5. As Saunders, 92.49, gets the job done. And incredibly, that's his first win of the day. Just looks over his shoulder to see what the numbers are. Well, there they are. 92.49. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. 80%. And more disappointment for Richardson. 2 opportunities at doubles. Didn't take either. When we come back, Josh Richardson faces off against Tom Sykes.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Yeah, and welcome back here at the Super Series, where you're joining us for game number 12, which sees places number 2 in Tom Sykes and number 4 in Josh Richardson face off against each other. But off the back of this, one of these two players will move clearly into second place. And as we've said all along, you have to finish in the top 2 in order to progress to finals night. So could start seeing our table take some shape.
Yes, well, I think James Richardson is pretty much done for after a 4th consecutive defeat.
First leg, Josh, you through first.
We usually say that
Game on.
the rule of 3, you can just about to afford to lose 3 games, but something miraculous would have to happen from here, and it's not going to get any easier for James
93.
because following this match, he faces Bradley, who's, well, got the wind in his sails, we could say, as is this man,
140.
who is having a fabulous debut day so far. Duel kicked off with the very first match of the session,
140.
where Tom produced a 4-0 whitewash of Christopher with 101.90 average, which is our highest average of the session so far, and he's
180.
at it again.
In terms of styles and just the way that these two both
83.
carry themselves on the stage, quite similar, very much getting on with the darts, quite measured.
85.
Yeah, there's no gamesmanship or anything like that. They literally just get on with it, don't they, and play the game.
But also they seem to be able to keep their emotions in check,
83.
be it good legs,
Tom
bad legs, or whatever.
96.
It just seems to be, you know, get to that finish point, then you can kind of show a bit of yes or relief.
78. Joshua Carr, 102.
Josh Richardson has had some big finishes. Can still go, but not now.
20. Tony Carr, 18.
Looking straight at the target. Seems fairly fearless no matter what the double. Well, that's in.
Game shot on the first leg. Tom Sykes.
Don't know how, but it's in. And
Second leg,
it's a
Tom to through
15
first.
dart
Game on.
break of throw.
Yeah, I had to do a bit of a double take on that one, but doesn't matter where it
57.
goes as long as it goes.
Well, I think we were looking to the top side, weren't we?
$140. $91. $58.
Yeah, nice side angle there of Tom Sykes.
140.
There you can see Josh, just completely solid, nominal movement.
59. $121.
Yeah, super adjustment there from Tom. Nicked himself for 92 after 12, so potential incoming 14 dart leg to follow up the 15.
93. Tom Carr, 92.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
There
Tom
you have it,
Sykes.
14 darts and 15 dart legs, and Tom Sykes is 2-0 up.
Third leg, Josh through first. Game on. $7. 135.
Yeah, Sykes just taking advantage of that opening score from Josh Richardson.
56.
Sykes just seems to be able to almost start railroading these players with the way he's playing. Currently in the third leg and
41.
sat on just over 100 average.
$134. 100.
Oh, yeah, again, he's averaging big numbers, isn't he? It's now becoming a
60.
regularity, and dare I say it, we almost are expecting it.
99.
Taken to this like a duck to water.
$58.
He seems like one of those players that's kind of just
126.
one game at a time type approach, which is the best approach you can possibly have.
Perfect mentality in this arena. Well, doesn't need to go for the treble. Does like to go for his shots, though.
54. 54. Dominic 72.
So tops for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom Sykes.
It's just been really clinical.
Yeah, just never in doubt. Josh Richardson, he had to get a
Fourth leg Tom
double.
to third first. Game on.
Well, no words needed. I'm not a body language expert, but
Wow, if a face could actually paint a whole story, that
One
was
under
the
the
one.
net.
and look at that.
80.
He's probably thinking to himself, oh, where's this fella come from?
140.
What have I done to
Yeah.
upset him? You know.
Oh, hello.
180.
Never tempt fate.
96. Tom McCall 141.
This would be, some way to make debut, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And saying his opening match where he averaged
97.
just under 102 was over in around 6 minutes, and this has just peaked over 7 minutes.
$95. Tom McCall 44.
Yeah, so this for the match, double 16.
Game shot on the match.
Yeah,
Tom
and just
Sykes.
expertly taken there. Wonderful average from Tom Sykes, who beats Josh Richardson 4 legs to 0. Takes a 103 average, 50%, 4 out of 8 on the checkouts there for Tom Sykes, and that win does see him pull clear in second place with 6 points. Well, coming up next, we've got James Richardson, and he is taking on Bradley Roos.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
go straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tom Sykes has just put in a real perennial performance. 103.66 average and beating Josh Richardson 4-0. Now, he's won 2 matches in the space of 13.5 minutes, which kind of poses the question, who's doing less work in terms of minutes a day, Tom Sykes or myself? Right, let's have a look at the results from today's session so far. We have played 4 out of the 5 rounds worth of fixtures, and as you can see, 3 victories for the away side against the throw in that last round, and this is how the table correlates as a result of it. John Worsley, well, he's 1 game away from completing the card, but he has to take on Tom Sykes in that final game of the session. Meanwhile, in mid-table, Bradley Roos and Josh Richardson there. Christopher Tunder's getting his first win on the board in his last match, whilst James Richardson is looking to get off the mark. And he's in action up next as he takes on Bradley Roos in the first game of the final round of fixtures. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Laura Turner alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, final cycle of games before we have a short break. Don't forget, we return at 10 o'clock for a fascinating looking Group B. Return on our usual platforms. Of course, our friends at Sporty Stuff TV. Welcome along to all our viewers there right now. And of course, those around the world watching via our YouTube channel. Make sure you do subscribe. It only takes a second. Give us a quick thumbs up and hit that notification bell for all the latest content that we add.
Just
and
like
of
James
course,
to throw
every time
first.
we do go live with the Super Series.
Game on.
Well, Laura, I suppose we can only start in one place, and that's the performance level
43.
so far today for debutant and county player Tom Sykes.
Yeah, he's been absolutely outstanding. And I'm guessing perhaps this wouldn't come as any surprise to Paul Hinks. Paul did let me know
100.
that after the finals on Saturday evening here, he will be going back up to Yorkshire and emceeing up at the Yorkshire County match. And obviously that's the team that Tom plays for.
140.
Yeah, it's something that Paul's done for many, many years, isn't it? Referee the county matches there for Yorkshire. If you've never actually
81.
been to a county match, then where's the best place to find out where they are? So fans, because you can go and watch. It's only a couple of quid to go in, isn't it?
Yeah,
83.
yeah, and just a whole array of players. Some that you see here, it's women. You've got the men's section as well. But yeah, the UKDA website would probably be the best place to go and visit.
59. $57.
A little bit more of a sedate start, and despite the fact that he's none from 4, as you can see, James Richardson
83.
still trying to give it everything.
$40.
Well, we know how James Richardson can play. We've seen it here. We've seen the standards that he's hit over the years, and it's just frustrating for
100.
him.
James McCann, 138.
Yeah, sure is. We've all been there. Although this would make him feel a whole heap better.
98. Bradley Car
He's left
78.
tops, and the way his day has gone so far, this will go.
So the one tops.
58.
Nearly
James
did.
Car 40. $30. Bradley Car 20.
Yeah, and again, just summing up James's campaign this week so far. Double 10 here. And
Being shot on the first leg. Bradley
that one
Roos.
does go, and it's a really early breaker throw once again against James Richardson.
Yeah, that will hurt. That will hurt.
Second leg, Bradley to
It's
third
been the
first. Game on.
story of his week 8 campaign. What can go wrong has gone wrong.
60.
One thing I do admire about James, he will be quite honest and open and say it's just not happened, and he will just instantly try and bounce back. He'll go away. He loves playing all the local tournaments, and if there's a dartboard, he won't be far away.
Well, even yesterday when we knew that, when he knew that he had no chance of even making it into Group B, he knew he was going to be back here this afternoon. He still really wanted to be that agitator in the group and just, you know, spoil a few people's days.
41. $91. $80. Bradley Car 170.
So another one of those.
Just drifted.
125.
And that's always a little frustrating. You think, oh, why didn't that treble go in?
Wasn't far off.
Well, this is for the perfect 6 here. Max followed by a 170.
123. Bradley Car 45.
He's miscounted, hasn't he?
27.
It was a 4. You left yourself
85. Bradley Car 18.
41. 7 left 34. The 16 leaves 18.
Yeah, sometimes I guess you can just go a bit number blind,
Yep.
if there's a better term for it, but managed to
James
sort it
shot on
out
the
in the
second
end.
leg. Bradley Roos.
Well, you would know with doing accounts, and you know when you've been just you just got
Third leg, James to third
You're a bit
first. Game
tired.
on.
There's numbers everywhere.
Yeah. 6s become 8s and 9s. 2s become 3s.
26.
Yeah, and I guess that for the pair of them, this is day 4 of at least 5, hopefully 6.
46. $85. $58. $81.
And Richardson just not necessarily able to just find like there's kind of 3 straight ones now. Getting you pin in a treble and then
59.
going adrift.
$60. $60.
Bradley
99.
Bradley just seems to have dropped off the pace slightly, and Richardson in a position to get a leg on the board. Has been here before, just needs to follow it up and
59.
just
James
find the
McCall,
double.
150.
Currently had 3 shots at double. It's James Richardson, but hasn't been able to convert any of them.
82.
Yeah, just like that, there is now quite a bit of pressure on this again for James Richardson.
He could fall in a bucket of chicken wings and come out sucking his thumb.
28. Bradley McCall, 39.
Must feel like that at some point. It really must. It's a great analogy.
Game shot on the third leg. Bradley Roos.
And just like that, 3-zip.
Fourth leg, Bradley to through first. Game on.
James lost his last match against Chris Toners.
58.
4-zip, and it almost gets to a point now that it's not even necessarily about winning. It's about getting those legs on the board. No one wants to go up there. No one wants to lose. Everyone's going up there to win, and you can see that in bucket loads with James Richardson. But 4-0 to back that up with another 4-0, very disappointing end to the day for him.
Yes, it's
97.
not been pleasant to watch, that's for sure.
$123.
He's only won a couple of legs all day.
$100. $180.
You just see a little thumbs up there from James Richardson.
Yeah, a bit of Andrew Gilding.
Of emulating Bradley. Bradley tends to do that. Saw a little
100.
smile from Bradley in the background. It's all
138.
still very sportsmanship-like, and it's a really nice group here.
60. Bradley McCall, 146. $96.
Right
James
then,
McCall,
James.
78.
78.
Yes. Go
Game
on,
shot
son.
on the
Bang in the
fourth leg.
middle.
James Richardson. Fifth leg. Bradley to throw first.
A real
James to throw first. Game on.
big game at the top end of the table. Well, Bradley wanted the darts. Following this one, top playing second.
95.
And if Tom Sykes can get a win against John Worsley, well, he could well leapfrog Worsley
81.
and be the overnight table topper.
$180.
I did say Worsley. I don't necessarily think he's been particularly pushed or challenged, especially in score lines. You know, it's
99.
close as it's been. It's run 4-2 a couple of times, but just think if Sykes can come out like he has in that first game, and especially that last game,
81.
then yeah, it could run very close.
Yeah, in terms of competitive, it could well be it could well be match of the day.
100.
So
James
far.
145. $43. $140. James McCall 102.
Can he back the 78 up? Oh no, anywhere but there. Even a 1 would have left him a finish.
21. Bradley car 81.
And I guess that kind of just sums up how things are going. 81 here for a 4-1 win. Needs double 12.
Game shot on the match, Bradley Roos.
Really clinically taken there from Bradley Roos. Runs out a 4-1 winner over James Richardson. Just more disappointment there for James, who finds himself firmly at the bottom of the table. Bradley Roos then now moves on to 6 points, and in third, you can see an 84.66 and a 44% checkout percentage there, with the highest checkout of 81 for Roos. But coming up next, we've got our top 2 on the table. Tom Sykes takes on John Worsley.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Yeah, welcome back to the penultimate match of this afternoon session, where we'll see number 1 position John Worsley take on number 2 Tom Sykes. And I think you'll agree with me, Worsley has had a good campaign so far, won all his games. Sykes has lost 1, but from what we've seen, he has got some levels, Tom Sykes.
Yeah, he
Game on.
opened the show with a 10.19. He's just about to start this match on the back of a 103.66, our second 103.66 of the week, matching that of Neil Duff. And this is fascinating. They're either gonna
25.
They're either going to give each other too much respect because they're aware of the situation, or they're going to give us a barnstormer. Sometimes when you get two elite
96.
fighters, they sort of outwit each other and nothing really happens. They just negate each other's skill levels.
Well,
45.
very much hoping that this is another one of those top scoring battles.
42.
Well, a win here for Sykes would put him on 8 points, which would equal John Worsley's. But in order for him to actually top the table, we'll need a result of 4-2 or better.
121.
So he can just jump John Worsley on leg difference. And obviously for Worsley, this is a
82.
key opportunity to go 4 points clear at the top.
$100.
Yeah, over
140.
in the WDF World Cup in Denmark. Bo Greaves and Dieter Hedman both through now in the pairs. Made it through to the final with a 5-2 victory over Anker Zustra and Aileen de Graaf, which did see him go 2-0 down and then reel off winning legs of 18, 16, 15 and 16 to seal the deal.
That'll do it.
61. John Lucar 72.
So, early opportunity for Worsley. Trouble 12 found. 36 leaves 36.
68. Tom Car 40.
Do you think his kind of lock-in technique does lend itself to pulling darts low?
Yeah, sometimes we do see it from him.
Game shot on the first leg. Tom
Wow.
Sykes.
Absolutely crashing that one in. Hold of throw.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on. $140. 58. $83.
Yeah, steady response from Worsley. Back comes Sykes.
180.
First 180 of the match, and not a huge surprise. Sykes hitting back-to-back 180s in the match before.
22.
Sykes back in again.
136.
Yeah, this is 6th max of the day.
$96. Tom Car 127.
Hmm.
57.
Thoughts?
John Car 160.
Give me a moment. I'm trying to work that one out as it is.
You've got to be
44.
quite confident
Tom
that your
Car
opponent's
70.
not going to hit the finish.
Well, I
38.
suppose, yeah, I suppose
John
that's
Car
exactly
116.
his thinking. He's thinking, well, if I don't hit the treble 19 first dart, I can stay there, hit 95 and leave 32. Is it going to come back and burn? Ooh,
96.
only the
Tom
thickness
Car
of the wire
32.
away.
So very nearly did. So 32 here for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
It
Tom
is
Sykes.
2-0. Risky business.
Third leg, Tom to throw first. Game on. $96.
Yeah, and obviously all these players fighting for a place in Saturday's finals, and obviously people at home in the
92.
Portsmouth area can come along and actually be part of it. Come and watch the action live here.
Yeah, every Saturday night. If you
95.
have a QR code scanner thingy job on your device thing, then you crack on. If not, go to dartshop.tv. All the details there. We'd love to see you. It's just £2
£140.
booking fee. Doors open a little earlier this week because we have this man facing Chris Quantock in the ADC belt battle. Maybe worth a look as well. The doors open at 12 for the Vault, which I think everybody can come in and watch a bit of that or play if you register.
45.
Presume there's
Tom
still
Car
time.
130.
And it's a whole day and a whole night of darts. All for £2. Double five.
125.
There's a potential argument that he could have teed up something a bit nicer than double five, now left himself on
100.
five. But
Tom Car
I think
5.
that just shows how confident he's feeling up on the stage.
He does play with a fearless style, doesn't he?
1. John Car 124.
So Sykes back for double two and a
56.
3-0 lead.
Tom Lucar, 4.
Same hole. Makes
Game
the
shot on the third
adjustment this
leg. Tom
time.
Sykes. Fourth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, not a huge reaction there from Worsley, but that shake of the head tells us enough that just not happy. Hasn't made the most of the opportunity, although they have been, you know,
Few,
124
yeah.
and 160. You know, he hasn't quite been able to
96.
make the most of them.
But he's just not found the scoring levels he showed in other matches so far.
140. $140.
Yeah, Worsley straight back with the 140 of his own.
$140. $57.
Yeah, and that switch to the 20 after that 19 went in meant John couldn't leave a finish.
134.
Tom Sykes most definitely has, down to 87 after just 9.
$86. Tom Lucar, 87.
Ooh. And again, his powers of recovery,
Game
and
shot
there's
in the match,
another
Tom
example
Sykes.
of it. Of Tom Sykes tops the table, making it 4 from 5 and finishing with yet another 12-dart leg. There was some bits in between that he won't be particularly overwhelmed with, but I tell you what he'd be happy about, being on 8 points and guaranteed to be the overnight leader on debut. 89.73, the average. Couple of 180s in there. 4 out of 12 on the finishes. Up next, our final game of the session, and a chance for Josh Richardson certainly to close the gap on John Worsley and Tom Sykes.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by Tom Sykes. Tom, many congratulations on your debut day. Could you have imagined it to have gone as well as it has done today?
Not really. No, I'll be honest. I saw the group and I was like, it's going to be a tough one, but I did well. I played well all day, to be fair, but I've got enough, hopefully, played well enough to keep me going for tomorrow, hopefully.
Well, we spoke early on this morning and I said, what were your expectations? You said, take it game by game. But on the back of today, do the goalpost shift?
Not really. I still take it game by game, and hopefully if we keep playing like that, then who knows? Maybe we'll qualify for Saturday.
I mean, you've won 4 games today, 3 of them by the margin of 4-0, and 2 of them with ton-plus averages. That's an incredible set. There's players that played many times who've never had a ton-plus average here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I've been playing really well lately, but to come up here and do it for the first time, it's especially that first game as well, my first game ever on this stage and stuff. So, yeah, it's good. Feels good.
Well, I tell you what, we can show you those finishes from that opening game. We'll just get you to talk through them. And how are the nerves going into that first game, first and foremost? Big opportunity for yourself, televised debut today.
I'll be honest. When I got up there, I weren't that bad. But in the hotel this morning, on the way here, I was...
Nervous?
Yeah, very, very nervous, very nervous.
There you go. This is you sealing off the match there, 4-0 in your opener. And I suppose as well, we want to talk a little bit about your journey in the sport, because it's the first time we've seen you in the televised arena, and we've seen you really light up the televised arena. How much has the ADC helped players like you that perhaps in the past wouldn't have had these types of opportunities to actually put your name out there?
Yeah, definitely. I've had a lot of good opportunities with, obviously, the Barnsley series in the ADC and stuff like that. The standard up in Yorkshire is unbelievable. So you're playing against top class players all the time. It's good. It's brings your game on massively.
And does something like this potentially, maybe moving forward for yourself, give you a bit of an appetite, maybe possibly to travel the circuit, or maybe have a look at other avenues if you have a good week this week?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, well, I'm going to Q school as of now next year, but obviously I've got to keep playing as well as I am at the minute, so we'll see what happens.
Well, Tom, it's been great watching you today. Thank you for popping up to the balcony.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you again tomorrow. One more game to go for us on this opening day's worth of action in Group C. It sees Christopher Tunders in action up against Josh Richardson, and Laura Turner's watching this one in the commentary box alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you very much, Tom. Good to get a bit of an insight. And, well, whilst listening to that interview and him just mention the standard in Yorkshire, it's something that we've mentioned repeatedly all day, and it's always been very much a hotbed of darts, hence why it's produced so many, literally so many great dart players dating back, well, all the way back to the News of the World days, of course. And that's why it continues
First
to
like Christopher to throw
churn
first.
out players.
Game
Thinks
on.
of, well, Dennis Priestley for a start. John Walton.
That was my next one. It's all right. I've got
93.
Bo Greaves in the bag here, so it's okay.
Yeah, another one, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is phenomenal, really.
And I think it's testament that
One out of them,
it's
40.
kind of like a, still a really active scene in places like Barnsley and like Yorkshire, Lancashire. There's a lot
96.
of activity, whereas where I am, say Surrey, it's become more, you know, the places where we used to frequent and play darts, they've become more like gastropubs.
Yep.
And the opportunities, they're harder
51.
to find venues to actually play in, and it's more difficult in the south, I find. I think the ADC and the avenues it's creating
48.
is trying to rectify that. We've got our local workingmen's club with a tournament every Friday at the moment.
$79. $100.
I'm sure there'll be people screaming at the TV with names of legendary county players from that part of the world. Well, whatever you're
86.
saying, I'll trump you with Brian
Christopher
Langworth
Carr,
and maybe
164.
Bimbo Hickling, Jerry Hayward.
64. Joshua Carr, 145.
Player very familiar with this place, Peter Jakes. Scott Waits, of course, another former world champion. My old pal and somebody you'll remember, Chris Thompson.
121. Christopher Carr, 100.
Brian Dawson, of course.
Game shot on the first leg. Christopher Saunders.
Former weekly winner here, Graham Usher, who's gone on to get a tour card.
Second leg, Josh, you throw first. Game on.
Few names you may not be familiar with. Paul Reynolds, Les Delderfield.
40. $45.
Safe to say the list is long, and they're just pretty much homegrown talent. If you then factor in
not imported like when I played for London alongside so many others.
Oh, there's been a few Yorkshire imports. I think Lorraine Winstanley spent quite a bit of her career playing county darts for Yorkshire, and I'm pretty sure fellow colleague and commentator here, Glenn Durrant, moved over to Yorkshire for a while.
Did he?
I might be wrong. Glenn will correct me.
Mark McGeaney, obviously you mentioned Lorraine Winstanley,
96.
Dean Winstanley. Played 21 times, so Yorkshire did Dean Winstanley.
$123.
You are right, Glenn Durrant played 8 times.
I'm frantically Googling it.
105.
Sure he did for a season.
$87. Christopher Carr, 120. $96. Joshua Carr, 72.
Tops for a level game.
Game shot on the
Tops he
second leg.
gets.
Josh Richardson.
1 out of 1 on the doubles with that 72
Third leg, Christopher to throw first. Game
Identical
on.
averages. Absolutely identical. Proper parity.
It really is. Not much to split them.
140.
Damn it. Why couldn't he hit 88.91?
If this is a 140, I'll put them back up again for you if you like.
100.
Close, but no cigar.
59.
John Walton actually is, coming back to Yorkshire, is the most capped player for the Yorkshire County team. He's played 268 county matches.
Wow.
And only 38 of those were ever in the B.
93.
I think he's in the B right now.
Believe so. Yeah, we were out there last season.
Brian
100.
Bird, another one you would know, Brian, of course.
Yeah, and Alison.
Yes.
137.
Frequented many an overseas dart tournament with Alison and Brian Bird.
I know the one you speak of. Do you know how many county matches you've played in total?
123.
Do you know what, I really
Christopher Carr,
don't.
72.
Got to be a few. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh,
Christopher Tonders.
nothing wrong with the doubling here. 2 from 3 for Tonders. 1 from 1 for Richardson.
Fourth leg, Josh, you throw first. Game on.
Everything going with throw.
I reckon I must have played
100.
over 50 for Hampshire, maybe. And probably just a few more than that for Surrey. Had a break when we
Yes.
had the kids.
Oh,
And
of course
85.
you did, yeah.
we did start to kind of drag them along. And now they're, my oldest is, I think, eyeing up a place on the county side.
$60. $96.
Super adjustment.
100.
Didn't quite follow it. Oh, there was a lot of room there for him. Well, Christopher will be
85.
quite happy, of course, because if it continues to go with throw, he takes the points.
Yeah, as you say, a win here for Chris. It would put him on 4 points, which would be joint with Josh. Josh made that kind of strong start this morning
57.
and just tapered
Joshua
off in the
Carr,
last couple of
158.
matches. Maybe beating his dad was the undoing of his day today.
Yeah, karma's come back to get him.
$50. $58. Joshua Carr, 108.
Lots of ways to go for it. But again, he seems to have quite a lot of use for the bullseye today.
Yeah, there's just...
$3.
Well, it's a harsh lesson of
Christopher Carr,
why ball
120.
isn't the right route.
$88. Joshua Carr, 105.
Because now the 105 has to go. Well, now there is an option for the use of the ball. Yeah, tops.
65. Christopher Carr, 32.
I think if it had approached, he's just burned so many darts from 108, hasn't he?
16. Joshua Carr,
He's
40.
had 6 darts at 108. And this is going to be dart 7, and it's the first one. Add a double to win the leg.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Found the
Josh
top
Richardson.
corner.
Yeah, but like you say,
Risky business, isn't
yeah, absolutely. I just think
Fifth leg, Christopher.
there's obviously a reason
game
why
on.
Josh is is favouring the bullseye. Has done it quite a lot today, but as we've kind of discussed already, you play the percentages.
57. $100. $97.
Well, we are back to a level game, and for Josh, if he can win here, then he really does again put himself back really in the mix, puts him joint on
40.
6 points with Bradley Roos.
Yeah, and it's within striking distance, isn't it? It's one win away
57.
from joining the top two, who are both on 8.
But I will say tomorrow, if Sykes and Worsley come into the tournament playing, the same way they have, it's going to be a difficult job for anyone to knock them
Yeah.
off
59.
1 and 2 spot.
Well, one of them may lose one game in it,
95.
just maybe against each other, because their level of play has been superior to that of the field on day 1 of Group C. Don't forget, we're coming back tonight
42.
for the start of Group B, 10 o'clock. Sporty Stuff TV, and for our overseas viewers
99.
on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And of course, you can watch that all over the world, and the thousands that watch via the betting apps.
Be quite interesting tomorrow, won't it?
60.
Because the
Christopher
pictures are
Carr,
flipped.
96.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see the change in odds
80.
and how they may differ from today, especially with Tom.
I think Sykes might not quite come in at 12 to 1 today.
Absolutely not.
123. Christopher Carr, 16. Game shot on the fifth leg, Christopher Saunders.
Apart from the data that we could sort of dig out of the ADC, and you found his county records.
Sixth leg, Josh, you through first.
We didn't
Game
really,
on.
outside of that, we didn't know too much about him, apart from, of course, Paul Hinks is aware of him, being a Yorkshireman himself.
No, and even then,
134.
you can be one of the best players on the floor. We've seen it over the years. There are players that just really do play well on the floor. As soon as you stick them on a stage, just don't get the same kind
60.
of results.
$140.
Yeah, second 140 of the match there for Josh Richardson.
140.
Good reply. But Josh still having a little bit of a cushion at the moment.
83. $100. Joshua Carr, 144.
Just needs to tidy things up a little here.
78. $59. Joshua Carr, 66.
Not loaded with pressure. Double 16.
Game shot on the sixth
Well,
leg, Josh
finds it for
Richardson.
a very useful 15 dart hold of throw, and the sequence of holds of
Seven
throw
and final leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
have been completed in 6 of the 7 legs, and
100.
a hold for Christopher here gets him over the line. 4-3. Josh, of course, will have other ideas, but this won't help his cause.
78. $100.
Well, Christopher would take 4 tons and a
100.
101 out. That would, of course, force Richardson into finding a 12-dart lag.
59.
It's a little bit of a slip.
$59.
59, the reply identical. He's just searching for that
60.
one treble, and it's proving elusive, as it always seemed to do in, should I say, seems to do in this situation.
123.
Now let's put a slightly different look at this 182. And again, the trebles
58.
have
Joshua
just
Carr,
dried up.
141.
In the last 3 visits, 9 darts have been 59, 60, 58. Well, no doubt he would have gone 51 bull tops. Well, that would have been the route. 104 remaining, treble 18. Well, he may go bull.
55. Christopher Carr, 124.
Treble 18. Bull for the match.
99.
Wow.
Joshua Carr, 86.
Super close. Double 16.
Getting shot in the match, Josh Richardson.
Josh Richardson wins the match with the only break of the contest. Just about edges it, 4-3. But more importantly for him, joins Bradley Rhodes on 6 points. The average is 83.90 for Chris and 82.41 for Josh. So Let's have a quick chat up on the balcony with Henry and Laura.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Big victory that for Josh Richardson. Got off to a really good start. A little bit of a mid-session wobble, but finishes off with 6 points, puts himself right in the mix.
Yeah, it was huge, wasn't it, in the context of the table and how it's really now starting to shape up. So, yeah, really did dig in there. And I think Toners may just have a few questions to ask about himself, just with that last one, because I think he had opportunities, but Josh just proved too strong.
Yeah, Josh Richardson getting the victory in that one. Let's see the results from the other 14 games prior to it. This is what we saw on Thursday afternoon at the Super Series. We expected it to be an ultra-competitive group, but it's fair to say that two players really have dominated proceedings here at the Live Lounge today. First of all, let's talk about John Worsley, because he was the bookmaker's favourite at the beginning of the day here at the Live Lounge. He was a former weekly winner here as well, and he got off to a real blistering start when in each of his first 4 matches.
Yeah, and he was topping the table throughout until that very last match where he then ran into Tom Sykes. But yeah, I think based on what we've seen from him before, he's a former winner, and he's done everything he needed to do up until that very last match.
This is him beating Bradley Rose. At this point, this is to make it 4-0, that 116 to stop the ascendancy of Bradley. But it just felt like for the first few games that he just had that extra little level. And whenever someone asked a question of him, he tended to have an answer.
Yeah, and like I say, just the last match where things started to unravel. But he's gone out there. He's started off a bit tentatively, he had 81 average, but then just moved forward and just got better and better.
Yeah, won his first 4 games, lost his last match to Tom Sykes. And what a debut day he's had here at the Super Series. Now, this is what this competition is about unearthing talents like Tom, who hasn't really struggled much outside of Yorkshire to play his darts, but has really come in and made a statement today.
And hasn't he just, kicking off with a 101, followed it up with the 103 and a 4-0 win over John Worsley as well. Not just a win, but a very decisive win. So he's definitely laid down a marker. We know he's arrived.
And is this where the land in terms of darts has changed, where we often say like that every area has a player like Tom Sykes, like Swindon has a player like Johnny Haynes, and maybe back in the past when people were travelling around Europe or with previous systems where you had to have a lot of financial backing behind you to go and play tour events. It cost thousands upon thousands of pounds, and maybe top players like Tom wouldn't have been earthed out because of that. Now the way the structures have changed, and now there's other avenues and different opportunities for players to go and play televised darts in different systems. We can see players like Tom here at the Super Series.
Yeah, and I think we've seen it. ADC Europe has provided us with some fantastic talent that we haven't heard of, and obviously here with ADC that's covers Britain as well. So yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity. It's also an amazing experience as well for the people that come here, because you're playing in front of cameras, you're doing interviews and all things that you probably wouldn't be used to. So it's definitely something that I'd like to see the players grasp with both hands, and Tom Sykes has definitely done that.
To give them as well a stepping stone that when they move on and possibly, when they go and players get tour cards and things like that, where in the past where there was only maybe one televised appearance a year for players at the Lakeside World Championship, for example, that they get more opportunities in front of the cameras, in front of the lights, to learn that side of the game, that if they want to go and play professionally in the PDC ranks, that certain things don't become alien to them.
Well, yeah, you're testing yourself here, aren't you? You're playing against other really, really strong players, former weekly winners, the people that we've got coming up for next week as well. There's some amazing talent in there. And, you're just really up against people, but you have a lot of opportunities. It's done in such a group format that you can go again and again and really test yourself. And like I say, I think it's a money can't buy kind of experience.
Most certainly. Right, let's have a look at the table then, following the first day's worth of fixtures here at the Super Series. And as you can see, Tom Sykes, top of the pile, 8 points to his name, plus 12 in terms of legs difference as well. He won 3 of his 4 matches by the margin of 4-0, and that could be crucial going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it was really big, wasn't it? It is still quite tight. Obviously, you've got the 2 on 8 points, the 2 on 6 points. And it could still come down to leg difference depending on how the matches unravel tomorrow. Obviously, it's completely reversed. So we're kind of starting off how we finished today. So be interesting to see how the day progresses.
Yeah, we go Missy Elliott style here, where we flip it and reverse it here at the Super Series. As far as Christian Tunders is concerned, does he have to complete the card or get close to completing the card if he stands a chance tomorrow?
Yeah, completely. I do think so, especially with that last loss against Josh Richardson. I can't see anything less than that, especially based on the way that Sykes and Worsley have been playing.
Right, let's break down the tournament bracket then, because we are at the halfway stage of the week, and Group B is going to get underway tonight. Chris Quantock, John Brown, Richie Howson, Neil Duff and Jared Cole all going to be in action. And Richie Howson in 2023 has made 3 seniors televised finals. He's come so close on so many occasions in front of the cameras. Maybe a change in venue, change of competition here at the Super Series may bring better fortunes for him on the television.
Yeah, he's kind of been that nearly man, hasn't he, in the seniors, but actual consistency, that's what's been key for him to make all those finals, and that's what you need to get out the group stages. So for me, and I think Chris and I were talking about it in commentary, you know, Neil Duff, the way he played, and Richie, how he's been playing, they kind of seem like they should be 2 of the favourites, but again, tough group.
And as far as Jared Cole is concerned, now he gave us perhaps the checkout of the year at the Super Series yesterday, taking out this 160, the trebles blocked, and then, well, talk about finishing in style.
Yeah, it's you could see the hesitation. He's shaking his head. He's just got no other option. But well, it just shows some skill, especially that look blocked, and just manages to squeeze that behind. And yeah, absolutely sensational finishing.
As much as it is skillful, how much does it say about confidence? Because a lot of players would perhaps wouldn't have the confidence maybe go for a shot like that, would maybe be not naive, but would chase the treble second dart, knowing that they can't see much of that bit potentially.
I think that's very much about how much he knows about his game. I think Paul Hinks actually mentioned to us that it was actually quite loosely in there as well. So not only could he not see much of it, he ran the risk of knocking it out of the bed. So it's actually a sensible play. It's a sensible option, you know, and it really paid off and gave us, you know, an absolutely spectacular finish.
He most certainly did. And as far as Neil Duff's concerned, if he plays the way he did during the first few days, he's definitely going to fancy his chances of getting out.
Yeah, and I think Neil Duff's that kind of character. He's confident, he believes in his ability, and rightly so. So I think that, you know, that coupled with the way he's been playing, it will carry him through.
Most certainly. So that is the action in Group B, and that is going to start at 10 o'clock tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel. Right. You've been maybe seeing on our social media feeds over the last couple of days the hashtag one more time. And you might be wondering why we've been tweeting that. Well, we can tell you why, because we can reveal the player lineup for next week. And the 2-time defending champion Luke Littler is looking to finish his Super Series career with a hat-trick of titles. But goodness gracious me, has he been given perhaps the toughest looking Group A outside of a Champions Week we've ever seen. In matter of fact, in next week's lineup are 4 players that made it through to Champions Week last time.
Yeah, that is an absolute unbelievable lineup. Just looking at the names on there, that, yeah, I defy anyone to pick a winner basically out of all of that lot. And yeah, that's going to be an interesting one.
Most certainly is. So Luke Little, it's going to be his final appearance at the Super Series because he's going to go and play on the PDC Pro Tour in 2024 onwards, picking up his tour card. And how much would he like to walk out of here at the end of November as the lineal champion, having the trophy, and no one can ever take it off him potentially?
Yeah, I think everyone wants to kind of, you know, that is the goal for everyone. But for Luke especially, just the way he's been very dominant when he's come here, you know, the belief he has, the fact that, you know, he's so young, he's got himself a tour card, and he's just playing at such phenomenal levels that, yeah, I am sure he'll be more than up for it. But he's got to get through that group first before he can even contemplate Champions Week. But I'm sure he'll find a way.
And as far as Andy Bolton is concerned, every time that we've seen him here, he's got to a final of a qualification week. He's won a qualification week. He's had a good stab at Champions Week as well. Pound for pound here at the Super Series, since he's lost his tour card, he's been one of the strongest players we've had in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's playing on the Players' Championships at the moment, putting in some good, really high standard averages. So yeah, I honestly, that's the first time I've actually seen the complete full list. And I think if you saw me, my mouth was open. It is just such a high standard.
We're not here next week, but what we are actually going to do on Saturday is crowbar the commentary door shut, because that is going to be good fun.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. You know, the standard of what you've got there, you know, it's just, like I say, it's just different level.
Most certainly right. That is next week's worth of action. We're going to culminate our coverage here and look forward to Group B. 10 o'clock tonight. Don't forget to rejoin us here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, Tom Sykes sees the sights at the top of the table.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's finals time here at Finals Week at the MODUS Super Series here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Please welcome the two players on the stage. It's Silverback Tony O'Shea and Mace the Ace Chris Mason.
The Super Series scriptwriters have given us some drama for the ages this evening. A 9-dart shootout going to overtime, 2 semi-finals going to a deciding leg, and possibly the story of all stories. Chris Mason may well be one game away from Champions Week. He takes on Tony O'Shea. The winner will get the final spot in the darting dozen. And so, for Chris Mason, the 52-year-old from Bristol, the 2-time former World Championship semi-finalist, is a game away from qualification. He takes on a 3-time BDO World Championship runner-up in Tony O'Shea, the 61-year-old from Stockport, who has had success on the Seniors Tour this year. For Chris Mason, it's been his first throws on a major stage in 12 years. And so, it all boils down to this. Are we going to see the ultimate tungsten fairy tale and Chris Mason turn back the time and qualify for Champions Week? Darts like that will help.
115.
Now, Tony O'Shea has his own story to write.
$66.
And alongside me to talk through all the darting drama to come is the 2015 BDO World Champion Scott Mitchell. This could be the tungsten story, or one of the tungsten stories of 2022.
It could. As I said
41.
upstairs, my heart says and hopes that maybe Mace can live the dream. But my head says Tony has the head
60.
for it.
Now, just a reminder for those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, we will be leaving you very shortly. So head over to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel to watch this final unfold and possibly watch a moment of history in this tournament. And so Chris Mason, after 12 darts, leaves 74 to hold in the first leg. Now,
59.
This is the one game in the week where the players will bull up in the practice room. Mason has the honour of the darts. And so double 12 for the first leg.
Yeah, that's been short in the first leg.
Chris Mason has a 1-0 lead. He takes the opening rubber.
Second leg is Tony to throw first. Game on.
But tonight has been a night that perhaps sums up Tony O'Shea's career, because he is the ultimate darting scrapper. He is someone that 58. Will always go to the well and will always do things the most dramatic of ways.
Indeed he will, even if he's got to break the throw.
93.
Tidy pick up from Mace there last dart. Could be important. They're all important in
100.
Finals. There's nothing like playing in a final. There's nothing that makes your heart beat. It's the place you find out about yourself.
140.
I've got a feeling nobody likes me. Chris Mason's wanted to qualify for Champions Week. He's already qualified for tonight. Chris Mason decided, Chris Mason decided to go upstairs.
I think you may have something there, H. You may have something.
100.
Back to the serious action. Mason should have fought that one through to leave himself a finish. And if O'Shea
100.
can crank in another treble, it would have left him on a finish. So Mason gets away with it. 6-on-1, 6-8 for a 2-0 lead.
Mason has turned the throw. And he will wish to
60.
keep continuing to squeeze. That's a good start from O'Shea. That's a good second dart.
159.
And that is
Chris
probably the
Uruguay,
perfect
108.
third dart as well.
Talk about timing. Treble 16 will give him a dart at tots for 2-0.
88. Tony Uruguay, 24.
And so O'Shea returns to 24. He's crafted this opportunity out.
Yeah, that's game short in the
16
second
dart
leg.
leg as well.
Tony O'Shea. Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
A rare holder throw there for Tony O'Shea. But if there's anywhere to do it, probably the final's the best time to start it.
60.
And possibly that
100.
159 could be the shot that changes everything, because Chris Mason looked as if he was rolling his way into a 2-0 lead. But have a look at this for a response. Because to every single setback this week, Chris Mason has found an answer.
And a way. Without doubt, he's found a way.
81.
O'Shea just drops that one into the one, making life a little more difficult. But it's just one leg at a time.
100.
Ace will be happy with that on throw. 140 here would have put Tony back in the mix.
70. Chris Uruguay, 161.
So it's 161 for Mason. And as a lead, it's these as well. He'll be going down now. Will he go 45?
137.
The perfect setup that we saw from Tony O'Shea in leg 2 has just been matched by Mason in leg 3.
How'd you like them darting apples?
45. Chris Uruguay,
Double 12 after
24.
12. He's got 6 at this. He only needs
Yeah,
the
that's
one.
game
That's
short
a
in the third
13 dart leg.
Chris Mason.
And what a time and what a place to do that. He's averaging 103.5.
Forward
He's
leg,
2-1
it's Tony
up.
to throw first. Game on.
He's halfway there. He was 18-1 to win Group A at the start of the week. He was the darting outsider.
$85.
I've got to say that he has been the revelation of the week for all of us. He really has
60.
stood there toe to toe. No matter what happens from here on in, he will walk away being amazingly happy that he's in the final. But the competitor that he is, I know that he is.
140.
Now he's in the final. He will definitely want to win it.
There was no expectation at the start of the week, but he's got the taste for it now.
140.
However, O'Shea is now the favourite to win leg 4. Let's not discredit O'Shea one bit, because he's had to ride the tungsten storm throughout the course of the evening.
100.
4-3 in both of his games in the group. He had to go to overtime in the 9-dart shootout. 4-3 against Dudbridge in the semi-final.
59.
He's had to battle his way here.
When you're thrown in this situation, Mason would have gone to the board
66.
thinking 140 there.
Tony Uruguay, 142.
And then when he's got a 5 and a 1 in there, 66 was best case scenario. O'Shea has now got double 11.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth line.
2. So
Tony
hold
O'Shea.
your throw. These boys, these boys, these boys. What are they doing to each other?
Fifth flag, it's
Fantastic
Chris to throw
darts
first. Game
here
on.
at the Super Series.
Best of 3 for the final spot in Champions Week.
100.
You cannot script this. Now, just to remind you, if you are joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, switch over to the MODUS Super
60.
Series YouTube channel because you do not want to miss the thrilling conclusion to week 12. This is going down to the wire, to the very last dart.
100.
And tons of everything at the minute.
This fifth leg is so important.
25.
Could the momentum of the match go here, right in the middle of it? Mason is 100 ahead plus
96.
O'Shea hasn't really made a real attack on the Mason throw so far in this match. That 1-2-1 could change that metric if Mason comes up dry with this visit. And he's not going to do that.
Once again,
105.
Mason, we're seeing his bounce back ability after that one superb 1-4-2 from Tony O'Shea.
95. Chris, you require 100.
So here we go. It's Mace now 72. Will he go across to the 12? Or he's going to... He stayed there. Double 10.
90.
I do apologise there. Don't know why he'd gone for a 12. I don't know what I was thinking there.
Need my maths, Scott.
140. Chris, you require 10.
Double 5.
No score.
Oh, it's got on the other side, and this could all change.
Tony, you
it could all
require
change with this
60.
visit to the board.
A bit of Mardle lateral drift there for Mason.
40. Chris, you require
The first
10.
start hampered the other two there from Tony. You can hear the crowd oohing and ahhing. Is that affecting the players? It's double 2.
8.
It didn't look
Tony,
likely.
you require 20.
It didn't look likely. And O'Shea, whose mantra all night has been to break, could get his biggest one of the evening here. That's a blocker.
No
That's a blocker.
score.
And Mason's in the madhouse.
Chris, you require 2.
I can hear everybody down the pub
Yeah,
saying
that's game
one up,
short
one
in the
in,
fifth
and the one
flag.
up went
Chris
straight in.
Mason.
Chris is on the cusp.
6 flag, it's Tony to throw first.
This could be
Game on.
miraculous for Mason. He could be a leg away now. He's 501 points away
60.
from completing the darting fairy tale. He spent weeks upon weeks sat in the chair that me and Scott are in now, saying
57.
he hasn't got a chance. He was playing himself down. He was playing his chances down. Well, he can play them up for all it's worth now.
60.
Two visits of 60 from O'Shea.
45.
And two lackluster visits from Mason, it has to be said. The tension, you can feel the tension in their arm.
77.
This is one of those matches where you just cannot take your eyes off the screen. Because you never know what's going to happen next.
140.
Sometimes the pictures speak more than the words, Henry.
100. Tony,
And
you require
sometimes
164.
seeing is believing. 6 and 164 for O'Shea.
96.
Good turn a corner there from O'Shea. Mason needs a treble.
59. Tony, you require 68.
6 from 68 to take us to a deciding leg. And the way tonight has gone, perhaps it is fitting One dart at tops.
48.
He's going to return, though, for free in hand at double 10, but we saw how much of a scrap Chris Mason made out of that scenario in the previous leg. And he's going to be under pressure, severe pressure. Go high, go high.
140. Tony Unicorn, 20.
Up as wide as 2 dinner plates there, Mason, but it's...
Yeah,
O'Shea
that's game
on
shot in
20.
the 6th slag. Tony O'Shea.
And so it all comes down to this. We know 11 of the 12 names that are going to
7-10
participate
final
in
act. It's
Champions Week.
first.
One leg
Game
of
on.
501 will decide who the 12th and final name will be. It is Chris Mason who has the dart, and if he holds, he will be there.
60.
For O'Shea, he'll have to do something that he's done quite a lot this evening, and that is break.
41.
O'Shea's darts in this match have been under the treble 20, which don't help him with the angle of dart. Mason's
100.
right in there, and he'll be happy with that ton at this stage. There we go, O'Shea again, just under. And he floats that one past it.
100.
I do wonder why he doesn't move with that blocker in the way. But Tony knows a way by. Far be it for me to tell him. He's been doing it for years, and Mason is just doing the same.
100.
Trebles are like gold dust right now, and every single treble is being roared on in the crowd.
100.
Another huge ton. It's an exchange of them at the minute. 4 in succession. But that's a timely slip, an untimely slip for Chris Mason. That's a great recovery, second dart. Oh,
65.
that's unlucky. That's the worst possible time for a bounce out.
I don't think it hit a wire. I think it hit the other dart. It was a dart on dart out, I think.
140.
And it's been punished to the hilt. Mason needs something big, needs something inspired. He needs a treble now. He needs a treble with this last dart.
60.
And so
Tony
Tony
Unicorn,
O'Shea
120.
wants Shanghai for Champions Week.
$42. Chris Unicorn, 160.
And so is it going to be the story of all stories? Tops.
Game,
And Chris
shot,
is the
and the match.
Chris
Mason.
Super Series. Mace has played his aces and he has qualified for Champions Week. It is the Super Series story of 2022. From commentator to champion, Chris Mason is there.
Game on.
He's not just winning, he's winning big. The key to Super Series success. These are like keys to Super Series success as well.
140.
Yeah, we've talked about a 3-horse race, haven't we? And you get tussles like this when all of a sudden you can then have a little bit of a gap where we start talking about a 2-horse race then. So I think this has
135.
lots of connotations. I mean, all the permutations will be kicking in very soon, but I think this is a big game between 2 of the big hitters.
57.
This game especially important when you consider what's happening for the rest of the day. Robert Thornton's still got to play Jeremy Fagg later on
140.
in proceedings. That's the pair's final match of the day. So there's a conceivability that both players could go into that match level on points. And a bit like yesterday between Warburton and Fagg, the winner is basically playing for top spot overnight. But Warburton's going to have something quite seismic to say about it.
Rob Jaguar, 164.
Wow. I think we both nodded in
96.
appreciation of that first dart and thought
46.
just the inevitability about that, but chance for Warby. 2 darts, a double 16. He's been going inside on that sometimes.
Game shot
That
of the
is
first
a
leg.
big down. I'm just wondering if he's
Warburton.
been practicing that type of combination because he's been hitting the big 16 after hitting the big number and then relying on the
Second
double
leg,
8.
Mike to throw
Just wonder if he's gone back to the
Game on.
practice room and just been practicing hitting a big number, then double 16, hitting a big number, hitting a double 16. Just think you've got a football kick-off at 3 o'clock and you've got the cones out at 2 o'clock. All them routines that you need to do, that's what the guys will be doing backstage. There won't be 5 or 1 games. They won't just be concentrating on the finishing. There might be certain elements that just highlighting certain parts of the game they're not very happy with to put it right on the practice. This is a great start.
100.
So far, it's magic for Mike.
140.
And I hold no apologies after 1.5 legs of doing this. You can shout at me if you want. Shot me a tweet saying I can't believe he's putting average up after 1 leg.
Hold on. Keep it up! Keep it up! Have a look at this! Oh, this is special. This is really special.
Mike, you require 81.
I'm going to turn that off to keep him quiet. This is marvellous. What a leg of darts. Well done, boys. This is what it's all about. This is what the MODUS Super Series is all about. Henry, this is cracking.
Third leg, Robert to throw first.
This is supercalifragilistic. Oh, this is unbelievably good. This is tungsten-tastic. I'm going to keep the averages on the screen. This is how good it is.
No, you're not.
60.
Oh, Robert, can you continue? Yes is the answer. This is absolutely sublime. This is incredible. He's averaging nearly 140 and he's 2-0 down, but he's on the precipice of something spectacular.
60. Robert, you require 141.
Big, deep breath. Oh. I think this game just deserved that 9-darter there.
81.
There might be some excitement on that stage, but it's absolutely bouncing here in the comms box. This is what it's all about. The excitement when 2 dart players are playing like they are. Both
60.
keeping their emotions
Robert,
in check.
60.
Both realising that both are playing their A game right now. He doesn't move again.
Game shot the third leg.
Just
Robert
an
Thornton.
exhibition of wonderful scoring and fantastic finishing. And another one off me bingo book.
Fourth leg, Mike
3
to
legs in.
throw first. Game on.
They are the averages. Incredible standard.
41.
You're spoiling it.
I mean, we get to the point now where we've got to talk about record 180 territory because the record is 9. Josh Payne
96.
against Andy Jenkins. There was 7 180s for Josh Payne in that game against Jenks. Now we're 4 legs in. We've had 5.
I just sit back and enjoy it because maybe the adrenaline is kicking through the body. Now it's about the 2
60.
points. And there's the little wry smile from Wobbs because the thing about darts, you can't sustain darts like they were producing. I mean, you can see just by the averages there with 1 bad score.
76.
It will be affected. Now, forget that. Forget the numbers. Now get over that winning line. The darts will look after themselves. The averages will look after themselves. Just sit back and enjoy.
140.
If you can't enjoy this, you can't enjoy darts.
It just makes you think when Van
83.
Gerwen and Taylor were doing it over best of 31 legs, you know, how good, you know, to do that over such a long period. Both players are totally and utterly in the zone.
81.
120 average and 2-1 down.
Makes you feel seasick, doesn't it? I think the average might drop here, though.
40.
But as for all the clamour and all the fun and all the rest of it that we've had the last couple of legs, importantly,
99.
Mike Warburton stands on the brink of a 3-1 lead, defying Robert Thornton's 115.16.
I think my memory at the beginning of that match is
100.
Super Series is
Mike, you
fantastic.
require
Henry goes
80.
ballistic. A sweet, sweet 80 finish.
40.
What
Robert,
about you,
require
Henry? But remember that
106.
inevitability of the 106 from Verdonk yesterday. I don't think it's going to happen here.
$74.
And for Warby, just
require
put it
40.
away. No histrionics, no messing about. 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Stunning.
Mike Warburton.
Absolutely beautiful darts. Very, very enjoyable game. And a real delight to watch.
Robert Thornton is averaging
Robert,
111.78. Has had one dart at double. Has had 3 maxes in this match. And he's staring defeat in the face.
100.
He has to hold here to stay in the match.
I think for Mike Warburton today, I think one word for me that stands out to win a MODUS Super Series is being versatile. He's played the Sven Verdonk. He's had that patience, that stand back where you need tenacity, where you just need to hold your emotions in check. And then he's just been so exquisite here, and he's a big score in 3, 5 180s between them, averaging over 100 against a player averaging 112. Just seems to have the balance right today, does Warburton.
He's getting the bread and butter right.
He's after the door,
60.
that's for sure. But he's on the rise.
Well, last time it was a piece of toast for him.
He
100.
wasn't so good yesterday. You started it. This is just beautiful.
177.
Just when you think it can't get any better, Robert Thornton. We'll be looking at stats of person with the highest ever losing average soon.
That's Brian Roman. 111 was the average when he lost
100.
back in Southampton. This is for
Robert
13 for Thornton to
24.
get back to 3-2. And he may have to take it out because Warburton's staring 78 for the match. Has to go, Robert.
Game shot
What
of the
a
fifth
dart
leg,
that is.
Robert
What a
Thornton.
match this is. Finely balanced still. But it's Mike Warburton's
Six-leg
turn
Mike
at the
to
board now.
Rovers.
Like I said,
Game
all
on.
he'd be doing, bring your emotions back to check. Winning 15 darts, make your opponent beat you in 12, and don't hit a 5 first dart.
85.
But that last dart. No panic with Mike. I know he watches his games back, and Mike, what I'll say to you, one of your strongest attributes is the fact you don't show distress in your throw. You don't show
60.
petulant. You don't throw your arms about. You don't shake your head. And I think that's something that's really a good trait to have.
Is this the move?
85.
That's another slip into the 5. He found another treble there, then he may have just seen the back of his opponent.
68.
And again, after a first dart in the treble, it's a disappointing visit. And suddenly, after the excellence, comes a tentativity.
60.
Easy for you to say. Now it's just about match conditions, Henry. Now it's just about a fight between two players.
59.
I like 19s on 271, but I think Mike is so traditional the way he plays. Look how straight. That has to be followed. Has to be followed.
140.
Absolutely beautiful.
Quite simply, Thornton had to hit a max there. Because you
134.
don't expect Warburton to need more than 6
Mike
darts the way he's been playing at 131 to
131.
get the job done. May only need 3.
Must be feeling very optimistic now about this group, but he has to put this game to bed.
57.
That's possibly, well, it's not enough in a sense that it's not a gimme 74 for a 140 from Thornton here. would make this match very, very interesting.
140.
Just when you
Mike
think you've
Require
seen the best
74.
of the darts so far, this is what you practice for, these moments. 2 darts at double 16. What
Game,
a significant
shot,
move that was.
Mike
What an
Warburton.
unbelievable game between two fantastic friends, both magnanimous in defeat. Mike Warburton, that was outstanding. Look at his reaction, and well deserved, beautiful, and just look at those stats. A losing average of just shy of 106. Everything excels there. The match of the week so far, a real delight.